Did you get one of these in the mail?
They sent it, Crystal sent it to us, but I did copy.
I know, but did you get it in your mail? No. Well, I'm wondering who got it now. Did you get this in the mail? Why would it be only me? I'm glad that I'm going to bring it up because it's really awesome. So, okay. Okay, where is... Oh, Dr. Caldera, you got ready? Oh, whose birthday is that? Ah, thank you. Thank you. As if I... Okay, we ready to go? All right, if everyone will take their seats, we'll begin in just a second. All right, thank you. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. And as you can see, we do have all City Council members present, and we do have a quorum. And I've asked Councilor Ray Orozco to please lead us in the pledge. If you'd please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Orozco.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard. Now, our rules of decorum is that you can speak on any item. So if you'd like to wait and speak on the item on the agenda, that's great. If you have to leave because you have another appointment and you want to speak on an agenda item right now during citizens to be heard, that is okay too. But if anybody has anything else, please come to the podium. Miss Lynn Joseph is our first one, and state your name and where you generally reside in the city. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening and welcome. So glad to see you.
Council members, hello. Lynn Joseph, Canterfield area. That work? I know we're getting ready to come into some elections, and whoever's staying and whoever's going, I just want to thank you for your service and all that you've done this last term. So thank you very much. And then I want to talk about the creek.
Okay.
I live off of Trotter and Paws, which the creek is going that way and curves, and they did all that infrastructure for the sewer. And it's been an ongoing 2 years for me because it's right behind my house. I have lots of pictures, lots of complaints. I'm on first name basis with the lady from the liaison, with Cecilia Palacio, with Saws, with Victor, I can't remember his last name right now, with Saws, with Melinda, because they've just, the weird things that have gone on back there. But my issue is that I have so much traffic now. People driving down in there. I've had all-terrain vehicles. I've had motorcycles. I've had various cars. And I'm not quite sure. I just talked to Chief Gonzalez. I think their access is part of it off of Canterfield, but they could be lifting up that chain link thing to get in, too. They drive. They race. I have a lot of foot traffic now. Have a lot of people that they think their dogs can go off leash in there. A lot of kids play in there, and I've seen them chasing the kids and barking up to people's yards. So I really, it's not, I don't want to, I was on the committee that helped start with the hike and bike trail. I don't want to see it going back there because of what is going on now. And I think it's just going to make it worse, but I don't know what can be done about it. But also, the way they they think they're finished, I think, but they're not. But they have created a berm up the middle of the creek to where all the water is going to the sides. I have a lovely little mosquito pond back there now. The water is not draining, and that was one of my main issues this whole time, is that they were recreating the creek, and that was supposed to be one of their promises, that they wouldn't recreate it. So the water needs to go down the middle where it was originally as a creek, but now they've got it flowing on the sides. And I don't know how many times they've seeded, been back there watering, even when it was freezing, they were back. Nothing's growing, very little. So I worried about contaminants that could have gotten
Okay.
in there. So thank you so
Well,
much.
thank you for expressing your concerns, and if Dr. Caldera has any suggestions, she could follow up with you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Yes, ma'am. Good evening and welcome. And if you'll please state your name and where you generally reside.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
My name is Linda Cevallos. I have a home on 6822 Timber Hill. I also own the home on 6601 Sawyer Road. And I want to talk about the Sawyer Road proposed development. So good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow residents. My name is Linda Martinez. I live directly across from the proposed zoning change and plan development on 6602 Sawyer Road. I come before you this evening not just as a concerned property owner, but as someone who deeply values the integrity and character of our neighborhood. I am here to express my strong opposition to the proposed rezoning and development of high-density townhomes on this stretch of Sawyer Road. Let me begin by addressing a serious concern. The lack of communication with local residents. Many of us, including myself, were not informed of the proposal. Despite claims that residents were notified, the reality is that no outreach or communication reached my household or many of the neighbors. As a community, we deserve transparency and inclusion in decisions that will significantly affect our quality of life. Therefore, I respectfully request an extension on this matter to allow more time for public input and awareness. We believe that such a major decision should not be rushed through without meaningful community involvement. Now let's talk about the Sawyer Road itself. This is a peaceful tree-lined dead-end street made up of entirely single-family homes. The natural environment is one of its defining characteristics. It is home to a variety of wildlife, including families of ducks, foxes, birds, deer that roam freely in the area. These animals rely on green space and wooded landscape that surrounds Sawyer Road. The mature historic trees are not just beautiful, they are a vital part of the habitat that supports its local wildlife and gives our neighborhood its unique charm. The proposed development would drastically alter this landscape. The plan calls for the construction of 175 townhome units, each with a double-car garage. That means it's a minimum of 350 cars entering and exiting Sawyer Road daily. And that doesn't include delivery service vehicles, visitors, ride-share drivers. The road, which is only 25 to 30 feet wide, is not designated to handle such kind of volume. This increase in traffic will create safety concerns, especially for children, pedestrians, and current residents. Furthermore, the development includes a new entrance on the corner, which I believe is dangerous and will worsen traffic issues in an already narrow, quiet area. This is not an inconvenience. It's a public safety issue waiting to happen. But beyond traffic, the impact of this development goes much deeper. It will forever change the character and culture of Sawyer Road. Which has always been a peaceful, family-oriented, green space residential street could quickly become an overcrowded, congested zone with increased noise, light pollution, and possibly even higher crime rates.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Martinez, for those comments. We have a 3-minute limit at citizens to be heard.
Okay.
So unless, I think you have
Okay.
a beautiful statement. So thank you so much. I think we get the message for sure. All righty. Anyone else? All right. Okay, very good. Oh, yes. No, I'll tell you what. Why don't we? If it's about Sawyer Road, we're gonna take that issue up, and it'll be. And we let you speak, and we don't really have the 3-minute, constraints because we want to hear from you. So if you'll wait until then, that'd be great. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 3, we have a very important presentation tonight, 3.1, presentation, discussion, and possible direction to staff on possible water and sewer rate increase. And we have our Public Works Director, Melinda Mortz, here this evening to present. We've been working on this issue for a year and a half, something like that. So
Long
anyway,
time,
a
long
long
time.
time, but we appreciate it and we just keep moving forward. So thank you so much for your efforts.
We actually have James Holscher here from
Okay.
Ardner Engineering, and he's the one who gave you the memo that's also in your packet.
Yes,
And so
uh-huh.
we'll let him give the presentation and then ask questions.
Okay, very good. Good evening, James, and welcome.
Howdy.
Glad you're here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Council. Like she said, my name is James Helsher. I'm a professional engineer with Ardura, who has been requested from the city to evaluate your existing water and wastewater customer rates for sustainability and potential rate adjustments to cover system operating costs. In this presentation, I'm going to go over the scope as presented to us from the city, talk about what your current water and sewer rates are, and then talk about how we evaluated changing those rates and adjusting those rate structures. We've gone through this a couple of times together so far, and have shown a few different options, and this is just a latest iteration at the request of City Council to present the option in this format. So like I said at the top of the presentation, that's our scope there. One of the most important things to keep in mind with this is the City of Leon Valley, their water capital improvement plan and sewer capital improvement plan, which are in process and I believe are going to be adopted soon, has the potential to require an additional $500,000 per year to enact it, and that's for water and sewer. Both would be $500,000. So and $1 million total annually. And this capital improvements plan would serve to maintain and update all of your water lines, your sewer lines, well, not all of, but the ones most in need of repair and addressing. So this is important. It's something that the city needs to do and that they have in the budget. So these extra expenses are coming up very soon. This is your current rate structure as it's presented on your website. You can see here, do I have a button? Yeah, we do. This here is what we refer to as your base fee. This is charged to anyone regardless every month. That is the right to have water, not the right, but the privilege to have water delivered to your house. It costs that much even if you don't use any water at all. Similarly, in your sewer charges down here, you have a $15 minimum fee that's enacted. And then both of them have what we call a usage charge or a volumetric charge. And you can find those up here and then down here for sewer. Currently $6.24 per 1,000 gallons of usage for sewer, and it changes based on a usage tier, a volumetric tier. So from 0 to 3,000 gallons, for every 1,000 gallons of water, you pay $3.56. And then from 3,000 to 6,000 gallons, you pay $5 per 1,000 gallon, and so on and so forth. Let's see. So when last presented to City Council, the Council requested that we present what any changes we might suggest would do to an average residential customer's bill. After reviewing residential usage data from 2024, I found that the average residential customer uses about 5,000 gallons per month, and that seems about right for what I know from usage throughout Texas. There are some fees not accounted for on the previous slide, but are in your standard water bills, and those are the Edwards Aquifer Availability Fee and the TCEQ fee, and those are pass-through fees. The Edwards Aquifer Authority and Texas Commission on Environmental Quality are going to charge your water system for those items regardless. So you pass those charges on through to your customer. So this is what a sample bill looks like using your current rate structure. Up top, you'll see that base fee for your meter fee, $11.76. This is the usage charge for 5,000 gallons. Edwards Aquifer Availability Fee, your sewer base fee, usage charge, so on and so forth. So about $76 a month if you're using 5,000 gallons a month. In order to evaluate any changes to the rates, we developed a way to estimate revenue projection given a set charge structure. So the projections I'm going to present in the next couple slides are based on data from 2022. In 2022, the system billed for 301,245,000 gallons of water while serving 2,643 total meters in the water system. Over off to the right here, I talk about your revenues you gain from your meter fees. This is charged, like I said, every month. This is the base fee that you're going to get. So when we're doing revenue projections, what we can say is this number of meters, or this number of people has a standard residential size meter, which is a 5/8 or 3/4 inch meter. So if I have this knowledge, and this is based on data from 2022, which the city provided to us, if I have this knowledge, I can take these numbers, multiply it by 12, multiply it by the number of customers, and I get what I expect your revenue generation for those customers is for just the meter fee. So you can see your water base revenue projection is about $445,000, and your sewer base revenue projection is about $456,000. But that doesn't account for your usage charges, which is what I want to get into in this next slide here. So in order to calculate this, I had to do a little bit of creative math. If the city billed for 301 million gallons of water while serving 2,600 meters this gives an average usage of about 9,500 gallons per meter. Now, I know I talked earlier about residential meters using about 5,000. You have a number of meters that are much larger than that, and they tend to use a lot more water than your typical residential customer. You also have some residential customers who do tend to use a lot of water also. So they may be skewing your average a little bit. But regardless, what I was able to do is use that number, and then using your rate structure as it is currently set up, determine what the average cost per 1,000 gallons would be at 9,500 gallons per month, which is $5.14. So then I take that number and I multiply it by the total number of gallons the city billed for, and I'm able to add that to your meter fee revenues. So you can see that comes out to about 1.5 million, and then your total estimated revenue for the year is almost $2 million. Now, what I wanted to show on this slide particularly is, since we're pretty far removed from 2022, I have actual sales data from 2022 I can gut check my estimates against. And what you'll see is that we're actually pretty close on the water side. We're a little bit further away on the sewer side. But that at least shows me that I'm not over-projecting your revenue. I am at least being a little bit conservative when I'm projecting what we think your revenue is going to be from your sales. And then I show your budgeted sales for 2025 for both water and sewer. And you see that those numbers are very close to what your sales were in 2022, which shows you that your system requires your revenue to not decrease. Your rate structure as it is set up right now is kind of just barely hanging on to what you need it to be. It likely needs to increase, but my focus on here was to keep us somewhere close to what our current revenue projection is, and then account for that capital improvement plan costs that are going to come into play, an extra $500,000 per year. Let me hold on this for 1 second. So previously, I had presented to City Council a rate structure where Council had requested that we edit your usage tiers. These ones here, 0 to 3,000, 3,000 to 6,000, 6,000 to 10,000, to more closely match San Antonio Water System's usage tiers. They bill at a different rate structure than you do. And I did the math on that, and I presented to City Council that if you were to do that and keep your rates exactly the same, your revenue projection would diminish substantially within the first year. So City Council asked me to reevaluate and see what I would have to do to make that not happen. So this is what that looks like. SAW's rate structure goes from 0 to 4,000, 4,000, 7,000, and so on. And I've had to adjust your rate structure here such that my goal, let me see, I had it written out here. Charge rates were set with the intention to keep billing within a reasonable proximity to current bills and to retain total revenue projection within a certain percentage of existing. And that's where these numbers came from. And then I evaluated what it would take, now that we have a rate structure in place, to fund that additional $1 million per year that we believe the CIP is going to incur. This was calculated that raising the usage billing charges 6.6% per year for 4 years and raising your base rates 2% per year would help us reach that revenue goal. So you can see over the next 5 years, or over the next 5 years after adoption of such a plan, what your rate structure would look like. And this is all in that memo that I gave you. I'm reading verbatim some of it from it. So if you have that with you, that's a great piece to be looking at. Similarly, on the sewer side, this follows a similar structure here. Raising your base rate about 2%. This number falls down because currently you don't charge for your first 1,000 gallons of usage. This is for every 1,000 gallons of usage after your first 1,000 gallon. We suggested you just simplify that and change it such that you're charging for every gallon of usage, because you're providing service for every gallon of usage. But in order to keep billing within a certain, or to keep bills close to what they are now and keep revenue close to what it is now, this is the number I came out with. So now I'm going to show you what this does to a standard residential bill as requested by City Council. If you use 5,000 gallons a month, your current bill, as we showed earlier, is about $76. Your current bill, or your bill in year one of this, would be about $79, a small increase. I believe most of that change comes from, yes, sewer. Sewer usage was a hard one to balance out, just because since you don't charge for the first 1,000 right now, trying to find the happy medium to where we charge for that first 1,000, but we don't increase billing too much while still maintaining revenue was a little bit more difficult to hit. So you see about a 4% increase in that first year, but you really won't see a change in revenue. And then as we move along, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 are all reflected in these slides. What it goes to show is that average residential customer by the end of year 5 might be paying close to $20 more per month for sewer and water. But I'll come back to this one in a second. But what this will provide for is your ability to cover that $500,000 estimated cost to enact your CIP, to bring your system back up to where it needs to be. Your water lines, your sewer lines, all of that. And you'll see your revenue projection in year 1 basically comes out to 0. Or your change in revenue is projected to be the same, which was the goal for at least this initial presentation here. And then by the end of year 5, we raise about $1 million more per year. Another item that the City Council requested when we were doing this was to compare it to SAW's usage rates, or SAW's billing. So what you'll see right here is that same information from the previous slide for a standard 5,000 gallon a month user. And then on the far right here is what SAW's would charge a customer outside of San Antonio city limits for using 5,000 gallons a month. you're at $76, and theirs is about $63. So at the end of this, to sum up, adopting a similar rate structure represented here would potentially fund the city's CIP and fund its current system as it stands. Do you have any questions? Is there anywhere on here you want me to direct this to?
Okay. Well, I'm certainly going to open it up for questions. I just had just a quick question. What was thinking about not charging for the first 1,000 gallons of sewer? I'm just curious about
I really
that.
don't know.
Because like you said, we're providing a service, so, and that's been, Melinda's kind of going like this, like it's always been that way?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's from before my time.
Okay,
So.
yeah. And for those of you in our chambers, what we've learned as a council is that we have very, very old pipes. They're like 50 years old, and we're constantly having to spend money to patch them, especially in the summer when it gets hot. And so we finally, at the suggestion of the city manager and the public works, we've looked at it and said, you know what, we have to be responsible and we have to address it. So that's where we've been and how we got here. But it does, look like we're going to have to raise rates in order to cover, and that's for 5 years, but I thought we were looking at a 10-year.
I could evaluate for 10 years,
But anyway,
the CIP.
For 10 years.
Right.
But what I was thinking as I'm looking at this, well, in 5 years, we'll have 500 more homes coming online, 500 more meters. Would that change I don't know. I mean, I was just thinking about that, yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am. They're
No,
putting in
okay.
brand new PVC, and
Okay.
those pipes are going to last for at least 25
Okay,
to
so
50 years. So
this
we won't
money's-
have to touch that.
This money's going to address the old pipes,
Existing.
sewer and water. And we've got, Forest Oaks is the
worst sewer.
is the worst sewer, and then we've got 6 projects for water in the Seneca West area. Is that that we're going to start on? That's what we talked about. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, okay. So they're going to have brand new sewer and pipe and all that, so they're not going to need anything. All right. So I'm going to ask our resident water expert, Councilor Campos. He used to work for SAWS for many years, and I'll ask you to begin the discussion. Thank you.
So first, I want to comment that no one likes any type of rate increases. But what's happening within the city of Leon Valley is that the maintenance that's necessary to keep our infrastructure sound has not been funded. And so, we talk about water, and you measure what water is pumped versus what is sold. And the difference is you could be using it for fire, you could be using it to flush pipes, but what we're finding really is that a lot of it is we have leaks in our water system, okay? But there's no money to really do anything other than patchwork, okay? So now let's talk about sewer, where we have televised our lines, our sewer lines within the city of Leon Valley sewer system, and we're finding very big issues with them. But we don't have the funds. Again, this CIP means capital improvements, okay? That's what the CIP means. We don't have money to fund it. So we have to figure out, how do we raise this money in a reasonable, responsible way so that we can start addressing this? We're looking at ways of leveraging these funds plus possibly borrowing money or getting grants from the Texas Water Development Fund to help with our other projects, and we've got them prioritized. Melinda and Ardura has done an excellent job for us, but this is what we're trying to do. We don't want for an emergency to happen and all of a sudden things blow out, and all of a sudden, okay, how do we fund that? And then it looks like, well, the council's not being responsive, the city government's not being responsive to the citizens, and this is what we're trying to do. So I just wanted to point, what is the reason? And we've been working on this for some time. We brought it up to the citizens at our annual town hall meeting. We've tweaked different things. We've had different scenarios brought to us, and I said, wait a minute, that doesn't even give us any additional revenue. So we've had to tweak it a little bit here and there, but here we're toward the tail end. Hopefully we'll find a solution, but I just wanted to explain the reason behind it, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
I just have a question
Yes,
for Melinda,
Councilor
please.
Roscoe.
Melinda, when was the last time we had a price rate hike?
We raised the rates back in 2015 to pay for the 2 new water wells that we put in.
So it's 2015 since we had a hike?
Well, it was over a 3-year period of time. So we did it incrementally over 3 years. And so
Yeah.
the last raise from that decision was in 2018.
2018. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Councilor
Could you-
Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to the comparison with saws that we did? It was kind of
Okay.
unclear.
Oh, this is it right here.
Well, this is a potential saws bill, right? But I'm talking about the one with the tiers
Oh, that one.
that showed the difference current.
Yeah, the
Is
difference
it-
between your current
This is our current
usage.
and saws. The bottom is saws, or that's us?
No, that's utilizing SAW's volumetric tiers.
Okay,
So
so I guess what I
instead
was.
of billing at 0 to 3 and 3 to 6, your SAW's bills at 0 to 4 and 4 to 7 and so on.
Okay, so the year 1 through year 5 is the proposal
Yes, sir.
for us. Then what is, but we don't have in there SAW's current rates at those tiers.
That's a little bit harder to put into a slide like this. Yours is a little bit more simplified. SAW's has different base rates that are based on usage. There's also I want to say it's like a water source charge that falls within it. So if you go and try and do it apples to apples, like looking at their website, it doesn't look like your structure, and it looks like SAWS is charging a lot less, when in actuality, it's decently close.
Okay, excuse me, Councilor Campos has a comment on that. Excuse me. Thank you.
SAWS charges for the sourcing of the water, a water supply fee, and
Yes,
then they have a
that's what
water
it's called.
distribution fee. That's not on this particular one that you see is very low. It doesn't, this is not, I don't believe, a correct apples.
Oh, this
Okay.
from their website. This from their website actually does include all those items, like this tier 2 usage fixed charge. That's what I'm talking about. Like if you go above a certain usage rate, you get charged a little bit more on your base fee, and then your water volume charge is such. But your water supply fee is actually based on your usage also, so that needs to roll up into there. The uplift assistance program fee is also based upon your usage, so that needs to be. It's just hard to do an apples to apples comparison. I did make a chart to show. Do you have that?
Yeah, and it should be on the desktop or it's open. It looks like it's just a graph there.
Yeah.
Uplift.
Uplift?
Is-
SAWS is for those that are that don't have the financial means. You get charged that. Everybody gets charged that amount on their bill. You don't have a choice. You can't have it removed. And then that fee goes into a program, and then people that are less fortunate apply for that program and then get help with it.
Right.
Thank you for that.
So this is going to be difficult to see. But what I showed here is we have one data point that we were talking about, which was that 5,000 a month. This is 0 to 10,000. This is what the bill is for from 0 to 10,000 gallons for a standard residential meter. That light blue line at the bottom is SAWS. The dark blue line is your current billing rate, and the orange line is our year 5 suggested.
Okay, yes, Ms. Heil.
Do you have one chart in there that year 2 we lose money on the sewer? Was there a minus 1.8%? Was that the current rates or was that?
So I believe that's, go back to the slides. I believe that is, if you click me back in.
On the screen, Daniel?
It's this one. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Trying to adjust your tiers to A, match SAWS usage tiers, and then B, account for that initial 1,000 gallons in sewer. but adjust your rates such that your bills don't go up massively in the first year, or your revenue doesn't drop significantly in the first year. Your overall revenue stays within like 0.2% of existing revenue, and that's just our projection. It could be, it will likely be higher than that. But regardless, the exercise here was to try and get this final number within what it needs to be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes,
Can you
Councilor
go
Bradshaw.
back to the year 1 through 5 percentage increase slide?
Sure. Actually, I can't. Here we go.
So my concern with this is over a 5-year period, I know it says it goes up 26%, change from existing, right? But if you add those percentages up cumulatively, over 5 years, that's a 73% increase.
No, that number at the bottom is the change from existing.
I get that, but a first year you pay 4% more, next year you pay 9% more, next year you pay 14% more, next year you pay 20% more, and the last year you pay 26% more. Add that all up over 5 years, you're paying 73%.
But I'm not comparing annually, is what I'm saying. This number is
I understand
compared
that,
to
but
76.
the way,
83.
I trust me, I'm correct on this. If 1 year, your first year, your bill is 4% higher. The next year, your bill is 9% higher than the first year. It's not from year one, it's from the current. Is that correct? From current year. So what I'm saying is over 5 years, by the end of 5 years, you will have paid 73% more for your water.
Oh, cumulatively.
Total, cumulatively, you would over 5 years. You're not paying 73% more in year 5. That's not what I'm saying. You're paying 26% more. I'm saying cumulatively over 5 years, you're asking the residents of Leon Valley to pay 73% more cumulatively for their water bill. And this is where I have a major problem with it is we talk about comparisons and you can't compare apples to apples. I'm sorry, but if you live on one side of the street, you're in Leon Valley Water and you're going to pay this increase. If you live on the other side of the street and you're on SAWS, you're paying the low rate. And I just don't think that's right for our residents. And we talk about why are we here? We don't have money. We didn't put it aside. Well, if you go back and you look at the budgets, historically, it's because we spent the money on other stuff. We spent the money on staff. We spent the money on we've dipped into the piggy bank and we haven't put it where it's supposed to go. And it's not a matter of, to me, that we need to get more money. We need to charge our residents more for our water rates and we need to increase the rates. It's that we need to stop our spending. We need to figure out where the money's gone and reallocate it to where it's supposed to go. Or as I've asked for since I've almost been on council, we need to give up the Leon Valley Water Club, the water company. And we know we say, oh, SAWS isn't interested in buying it. I get that. I'm not talking about buying it. Give it to them for $1, right? Let them take us over. They've got resources. They know how to do this better than we do. That's my take on this. So, and I just don't think it's right.
Mr. Orozco
Thank you,
and then
Mayor.
Mr.
I saw it,
Campos.
this is
Go
a
ahead.
good analogy. I saw it different. The way I see this, 26% more of what we are paying with the $76, it just went up 26% when you were paying 5 years ago. Is that the way so that's the way I saw it.
That is right. But what I'm saying is, that's in year 5 you paid 26% more, but year 4 you paid 20% more, year 3 you paid 14. So if you add up all that money that you spent every year,
It's 70.
it's a 73% total from the first year. Not in that year, but over the full time. That's what I say.
Okay.
Over the life of it.
Thank you. Mr. Campos.
So that percentage is not to be added together. That's not what adding that is not the right mathematical way to evaluate this. What it is the 4%, you have a 4% increase in year 1. Then when you look at it independently for year 2, it's gone up from 9% from year 1. There is no way that you add these numbers together.
I don't know.
There's no way.
You guys are totally wrong. You don't understand math.
Excuse me just a
I'm
second.
sorry.
Yeah. Hang on
I'm
just a
not
second. One at a
understanding
time.
what
One
his
at a
point
time.
is. His point is that over those 5 years, if you'd never changed the rates, and then at the end of 5 years, you would have paid X amount more.
73%.
So if we don't touch the rates, then yes, your customers will save that money because you would not charge them that much.
Then I think what we need to do is then add the additional revenue. There's no way that the citizens would pay 73% or whatever that number is more. There's no way.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, that's not the way this math is calculated.
Well, and the reason, well, not the reason, but part of what this looks like is because it hasn't been addressed in so long. 2018, it's been a mini number of years since you've touched your rate structure. This doesn't need to go all 5 years if you guys find after year 1, year 2, year 3 that you are funding it to what you want it to be. You can stop there, you can meet again, you can reevaluate. These things should be looked at often. I believe SAWS adjusted their rates again this past year, and they did it the year before that also. They have a much larger system and a much larger team who's constantly looking at these things. But if you do look at these things often enough, you will find eventually potential for these numbers to go down rather than go up.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Caldera. And I had a question for you after you have asked your question.
So I know it was brought up to sell our water system. Melinda and I have met with SAWS and a private water company. The private water company agreed to purchase our water system for $12 million. It would have to go to the voters, and the first thing they said that they would do is raise your rates in order to, and then we wouldn't have any control over the amount your rates would go up. That private water company would. SAWS said our infrastructure was too old and that they weren't interested in negotiating purchase of our water. The other part of that is it would also have to go to the voters. We would have to go to the voters in order to do that. So I just want to make sure that
I
people
appreciate you saying
understand that
that,
we
yeah.
did take a look at that avenue.
And that wasn't the first time. I mean,
No.
I've gone to SAWS years ago to ask them if when they bought out another water company, I can't remember the one out there in
They bought out Bear Met.
Bearbat, that's it. And so right after that, we went and another city manager and asked if they'd buy us. Nope, they wouldn't buy us. And I don't know what year that was. But I just had another question for Dr. Caldera. When we were at the town hall meeting, what was the question that we asked the citizens about the rate increase on this?
So we
I
asked,
just want everybody to know.
Right. So we asked 3 separate questions. One was a 2% increase. One was a volumetric increase. One was
250%?
Yeah, 250%. And there was another one. There was a fourth one that we asked. And so everybody agreed to a rate increase. The only one they didn't agree to was the 250% increase. And that would have fixed, that was the quick fix across the board to charge those rates. But it seemed like all the residents, after seeing the presentation of the pictures of their water system, of the sewer system, and understanding the state the system was in, agreed that we needed to address the system and agreed to a rate increase. Now, we didn't go over these numbers with them at the
No,
town
we
hall
didn't.
meeting.
We didn't have those numbers. Right. Exactly. Thank you. I just wanted the residents to know. Mr. Martinez, did you have something? Because we haven't heard from you yet. And if not, I'll go back to Mr. Bradshaw.
One thing, Leon Valley is 73 years old right now. Our infrastructure needs about $35 million to bring it, to repair it to 100%. Isn't that correct, Melinda? So, where do we come up with $35 million? And how do we do it in a reasonable manner that, unless one of you guys are rich and can pull that money out of your back pocket. So this is a hard decision for us to make, is how do we come up with $35 million and do it incrementally where it's not going to be a burden on everybody, but we need to have our water lines and our sewer lines fixed.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you. But we're not asking for $35 million.
No,
We're asking
no,
for
we're not.
$1 million per year for 5 years. So we're doing it small chunks at a time. So I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to point out, too, that we are getting a whole bunch of new homes that are all going to be on the Leon Valley water system. And so we don't have to repair those lines. We don't have to replace those fire hydrants. We don't have to replace those meters. They're all brand new. And so you can guarantee that pretty much, unless something happens, volcano or earthquake or something, that we won't have to spend money on those homes, but they will be paying into our system.
Right.
And so these rates can be adjusted, like
That's-
Mr. Holzer said.
yeah.
Every year, you look at them every single year, and if you find that you're bringing in that revenue, then you stop the rate
Right.
increase. And so what the city council might want to do is say, okay, let's do 2 years of a rate increase, and then stop, regroup, see where we're at.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my question about the 580 new homes coming on, how it would impact this decision. So thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, so I just was wondering if the company approached us and wanted to buy Leon Valley Water, why wasn't that brought to the council for a decision? When-
I took it to y'all at a retreat. I gave y'all the whole entire packet. It was 2 years ago, before we started down this venture. But once
So
y'all,
I thought it was more recent. It was
no, I think it was
old.
2 or 3 years ago. I
Yeah,
have
it
to
was
go
a
back and
couple.
look.
It was a couple of TMLs ago because I think I got somebody's card and I brought it back to you.
And we met
said,
with
"Hey,"
them. They did a whole
ask them if they
system
bu- if they-
evaluation, gave us a whole packet. At that time, it was 12 million. I don't know what they would offer now, but as part of that deal, because they did a whole analysis, they said this was what your rates were going to be, and everybody freaked out on what the new rate was going to be, and that we would no longer have control over what those rates would be in the future. The other component had to do with our staffing, and the staffing would be transferred over a 5-year period to that private water system. And so there was just a lot of things that went along with that packet deal. I can certainly dig that up for y'all and send it to
Yeah,
y'all
it
if you're
may be
interested.
irrelevant now, but I was just curious, it seems like if you did a purchase agreement, you could set, here's the rate, and I would compare what those rates were versus these, especially year 1, year 2, whatever, as it goes out, and then
I
you
don't
could
know
put
if
in the
they got-
contract that
yeah, I
the
don't-
council has some jurisdiction over approving
Yeah,
rates, just
I
like we
don't-
do with the Tiger, sanitation now.
They
Our garbage
weren't,
rates.
if I remember correctly, they weren't interested in, it wasn't a negotiation. It was like, take it or
This
leave
is
it.
it.
This is
Yeah,
it. Like,
that's
it was
right.
like, if you want us to really do this, this is what you're getting, and this is all we're willing to offer. We don't really need and/or want your system, but this is what we're willing to pay for it. But that amount would still have to go to the voters. We would still need to do a financial analysis to determine an appraisal of what our water system is, because we can't sell it for less than what it's appraised for. So there's some legal stuff that goes in regards to your water system. But I didn't want to do a deep dive if the council wasn't interested. We have a different council now. Maybe this new council is interested in that. My big concern was I didn't want to lose control over the rates and then they skyrocket and then we're in a different predicament. I didn't want that either. At least right now, we have control over the rates.
Right.
Well, it doesn't seem like we're doing a good job at that either.
Okay. Melinda, did you have something? And then I'll go to Mr. Campos.
No, that's what I was going to reiterate,
Okay.
is once it's sold, it's sold. It's no longer ours. We don't have control over it.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Mr. Campos.
There was a comment made that SAWS bought Bear Met. That didn't happen. What happened is that the legislature told SAWS, you need to take over Bear Met
Okay.
because they were in such a pickle. It wasn't sold. And so they had no choice but to take it.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
I could see how that soured them on wanting to acquire other systems. My understanding is Bear Met's system was not in great shape when they acquired it.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other questions, comments from the
just got one
dais?
more
And if not,
comment.
I'll open it up to the citizens. We'd like to hear from you and what you think.
I got one more comment.
Yes.
if I could.
Go ahead.
I'm real close to my second retirement, real close. And the last thing that I want is another high bill to pay on my retirement income. But I also got to think about the 15,000 people that I represent. And I know that the city should be one of my first priorities. And if it means me paying $19.59 more in 5 years to do what is best for the city, that's what I'm going to do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else? Okay, so let me open it up to the chamber. If anybody has a question, comment, please come forth. Just state your name and where you generally reside, and we'll try to address your question or concern. Okay, yes, Ms. Bursch. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, I'm Beth Mersch from Seneca Estates. So my question was on one of the previous slides, because what I'm not understanding from the display is that if we need to get $1 million a year, to me it looked like we weren't going to get that $1 million a year until year 5. And I don't know whether I understood that wrong, but is getting a smaller amount in year 1 and then 2, 3, and 4 going to allow us to start the capital improvements, and how much are we going to progress in that capital improvement plan over the 5 years, and what additional repairs are going to be needed at the end of that 5 years? So I mean, I don't like to play big bills either, but I'm almost thinking we need to get more money sooner than just at the end of the 5 years to really make a dent in the repairs that need to be done. So I'm a little surprised that it doesn't escalate a little quicker, to really get in and get some of those more critical repairs done, and then possibly level off as you've gotten the majority, or, you know, I don't know how, but that doesn't seem to accomplish what you need to accomplish.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Ms. Mortz.
So right now, we budgeted $500,000 a year in water and $500,000 a year in sewer. So instead of budgeting those two amounts, that would go straight to paying back whatever bond or however you were going to fund the projects until we get to that point where we're getting that.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks for that clarification. Anyone else in the chambers or from the dais? All right. So what is the direction the council would like to go on this issue? I know we've heard a couple of, you know, we get the 5-year plan, we've got a 2-year plan. Do we need more information? I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Yes, Councilor Campos.
I'll make the motion that we do start the increase in our water and sewer rates, but with a caveat to come back and then revisit after year 2. And let's see where we're at. And let's see if we're on track, whether we need to scale down any further increases. That would be my motion.
I'll second that.
second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Martinez to increase the water and sewer rates as presented for the next 2 years, and then revisit at that point to see how we can adjust or readjust them. Any further discussion?
Can we do a roll call vote?
I will do a roll call vote. Yes, sir.
Councilman Martinez?
Yes.
Councilman Heil? Councilman Campos?
Yes.
Councilman Orozco?
Yes.
Councilman Bradshaw?
No.
Okay. The motion passes 3 ayes and 2 nays. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And do you have something?
So I'll just reminding you that I would be back at the next meeting with an ordinance, because it does have to be done by ordinance.
Okay, by ordinance. All right, very good. Thank you. All right. All right, so then we move to announcements. Well, before I go do my announcements, we do have a birthday on the dais. It's Mr. Martinez. He was, what does Jack Benny say? 39 and holding, so it's 39 and holding for Councilor Martinez on March 28th. Let's sing happy birthday to you, Councilor Martinez. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear
Benny.
Martinez.
Happy birthday
to you.
And many more. Yes, thank you.
Strawberry cheesecake. I love it.
I think he likes that flavor of cake. He was really eyeing it. Yeah. All right. Okay, I have a few announcements. The manager and I and the chief of police, we met today with Sheriff Javier Salazar about a couple of issues. One was how we transport our people that are arrested, and if they have to go, what's that called? Hospital? Intakes procedural policy. And so, anyway, how that uses our resources of our policemen, and so they're amenable to working with us on that, and so it was a good dialogue. And then also we had an issue with the GPS, and that was immediately fixed before we even got there, so that was a good thing. But what I really appreciated from the sheriff was that he and his staff just said, if we need help, we put it on. We're going to put it in writing that we can call on them if we have an incident, and they do come, which is great. But this was it was just a very sincere offer to help us whenever we needed help. So I appreciated that. I really did. So and I don't know if you have anything to add on that, Dr. Caldera, because you were there.
No,
Hospital.
I appreciate them taking the time to meet with us, and they really do assist us in many ways, and so, but the offer always makes us feel welcome to call them.
That's right. That's right. And secondly, I don't know how many of y'all got this postcard. I get this huge postcard in my mail, and am I the only one in Leon Valley that got it? Did you get it? This is from Commissioner Justin Rodriguez, again, the county. I think we have a fabulous relationship with the counties. I really do. And so it says delivering results to Leon Valley. And they have $1.3 million for infrastructure improvements that we applied for CDBG grants, Community Development Block Grants, through the federal government. So we've been able to do a lot of sewer and main replacements. And then $1.3 million for El Verde Road to replace that deteriorated water line there. And then we entered into a pilot program with the county for addressing the homeless issue. And so we helped fund it the first year, and the county put in more money than we did, but we wanted to be a partner. And as a result, the county applied for another grant and received it. And so for the next year, Leon Valley will continue the pilot program, but we don't have to pay anything. The county's going to cover it all for the I call it the unsheltered. And we just got today, I didn't have a chance to look at it, but we did get the results of the team of the outreach workers on the streets. And did you glean anything from that? I just know that the county's been very positive about how we've been effective getting people from the streets to Haven for Hope.
And then they'll come for their quarterly. I need to reach out to them right before the summer, Mayor. They'll come for their next update.
Very good. Okay, and we have our volunteer appreciation dinner next Tuesday. If you're a volunteer, you should have gotten an invitation, and I've let the council know as well. And the last day to register to vote in the May 3rd election is this coming Thursday, May 3rd. And just want to say how grateful we were to get rain last week. It was so wonderful on Monday night. So we need rain. Let's have more. And we're supposed to get some at the end of this week as well. So, but we appreciate everyone being here. I don't know if anybody got an April Fool's joke today. My husband tried, but I said, I'm on it. So he loves to try to joke me. But anyway, so I hope you all have a very good week, the rest of the week as well. And thank you for being here. Anyone else? Oh, Ms. Heil, yes, go right ahead. What would you?
You had mentioned that there was 1.3 million that we'd received. Have we received that already?
Yes, 1.3 million for infrastructure improvements. I think all of these projects are
they're
either done or they're being done. Yeah.
Okay.
Now the 1.3 for El Verde, they're still working on that one, right?
We're going out for bids and stuff.
Going out for bids. That one hasn't been, and of course the homeless pilot program has already been done.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Campos.
So I wanted to point out for the citizens that the fire department has some takeaway envelopes to dispose of old medication that you can mail away so that old medication can be incinerated rather than putting it into our, flushing it down the toilet or putting it in our sewer system. That's not the correct way to dispose of it. It does affect our sewer system. So we have those. They're in the fire department. I think there's some in the lobby here. So if you need some of those envelopes, please take them. I just wanted to remind everybody that the library is undergoing some renovations. And so starting today, Until the 5th, the library will be closed, but it will be opened again on April the 8th. And then I just wanted to thank all the volunteers through all of our committees. Without your help in volunteering, we just wouldn't be able to get things done. I was watching one of the committee meetings that was recently had last week was the planning and zoning, and it's very involved. And so I really appreciate all of the members, the commissioners' efforts in that. So thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Councilor Orozco.
I don't have anything, but if I can just request that city manager and her report touch real briefly on the request I did about increasing the fines for dumping animals. Just, I saw it in the report, but people have been asking. Just so you can, when it comes up to your report.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
This weekend, the NCAA men's basketball tournament is coming to the Alamo City, San Antonio, playing here. So I just want to make my prediction. I'm wearing my blue tie today. And I'm going to say Duke 84 over Florida 72.
Okay. But Arizona's not in it, huh? That's where Ms. Bradshaw's from, Arizona. I just know Houston got in the Final Four, so.
Houston's in it.
Houston's in it, yeah, right. Okay, well, thank you. Let's see how close you are. All right. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Anyone else? If not, then I'll go to Dr. Caldera. Dr. Caldera, good evening and welcome. And if you'll give your report, we appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So my report is online, outside, and available. We put it up earlier this afternoon. The library is moving along. We are scheduled to open April the 8th. We are applying for the Locker Lane grant for CDBG, and so y'all will see that on the next agenda. I know I mentioned, I think at the last council meeting, that we were also going to be applying for the park restrooms. We have been told we do not qualify for the park restrooms because anything we want to build as far as structure goes, it's in the floodplain, so it's not supported. So we can't apply for the restrooms for CDBG funding.
Okay.
At the last council meeting, Councilman Ray Orozco asked if we could increase the fines for animal dumping or illegal dumping of animals. Illegal dumping is classified as a Class A misdemeanor, and we're already at the max fines that are allowed for a Class A misdemeanor. Now, if you are a repeat offender, the judge can increase the parameters to that to a felony charge, and then the amount can go up, or you can get some jail time with that. So we're already at the max that's allowed by law.
Okay.
And that concludes my
question?
Thank you, Dr. Cordero, for doing that.
All right. Thank you. All right.
That's
it? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, we move then to agenda item number 6, which is the consent agenda, 6.1 to 6.5. May I have a motion and second to approve unless one of the councilors would like to remove it for discussion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve 6.1 through 6.5 as a consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.5 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. We move then to the agenda, the regular agenda, number 7.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an in-kind grant application from John Marshall High School Orchestra Band. And we have our Community Relations Director, Crystal Miranda, here this evening to present. Good evening, Crystal,
Hi, good
and
evening,
welcome.
Mayor, Council. Thank you. Today, I do have Mrs. Rodriguez here in attendance from John Marshall. We're here to discuss the consideration of an in-kind grant submitted by them. Their orchestra band is requesting the use of the Leon Valley Conference Center to host their banquet. The banquet request date is Saturday, May 17th from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. That's the setup time and the end time. This event is hosted for the John Marshall Orchestra Band members and family. This is the first time the orchestra band has submitted an in-kind grant. Going back, I'll give you some background. In 2018, City Council did vote to require a deposit, no longer waive cleanup costs, no longer waive security, and add a setup fee, which would be the same as a cleanup fee, but it's at your discretion. However, John Marshall Orchestra Band is requesting the waiver of all fees at City Council's discretion. If approved, the grant would waive the following fees. That's your building fee, your cleaning fee, security by the hour for the hours requested, and deposit. But yes, it is refundable. Total initial fees that are waived, $1,400, but minus the $400 for a deposit would be your total. The in-kind grant committee reviewed the requests and gave the average score of 14.3 out of 24. By policy, the points required for approval, there it goes, is a minimum of 18, but it is at your discretion to waive. And she is here, Ms. Rodriguez is here to answer any questions you may have for the submittal.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Rodriguez? And what is your first name? I'm sorry?
Carlotta.
Carlotta Rodriguez. All right, Carlotta. Can you go back to the fiscal slide for me, please?
So council, the staff really doesn't have any issues with the fee waiver. We do have issues with the cleaning and security because those aren't in kind. Somebody has to be there to open and close the facility. I'm not donating staff to be able to do that unless the council wants to do a budget adjustment for those two amounts in order to fund this thing. But I don't see a public-private partnership situation here. It's not open to the public. It's specifically for the John Marshall students. So that's where it gets a little bit complicated. And so that's my only concern for y'all to consider before you vote on this request this evening.
All right, very good. Ms. Rodriguez, do y'all have any funds available to cover those two costs?
We do. We do an annual fundraiser, a couple annual fundraisers. And so this would really help us not use the entirety of our fundraiser for school events.
So if y'all could cover the cleaning and the security, that would be awesome.
Great, yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good, thank you. But I also read in your application that you would also be willing to perform for the city of Leon
So part of
Valley.
our initiative is we want to have more community involvement with our orchestra program, our fine art programs at Marshall. I know we used to do a little bit of that before the pandemic, and we're trying to just revive that.
Well, we have a lot of, Crystal
that would be
Miranda
great.
could tell you, I mean, we've got Earthwise, we've got 4th of July, we've got
Yes, we would love to play.
music in the park,
Yes,
and whatever.
yes.
Okay, so that would be awesome if we could do that as well. Okay. Anyone else with question or comment with those two amendments?
I can't remember. Were they playing at the Christmas event, the Christmas tree lighting in the past?
That was the jazz, right?
Yeah, so that was the SA Choral
Oh,
Society.
that was the SA
Okay.
Choral, but the year before it was the jazz.
We had jazz band.
Maybe that's a potential as well.
Yeah, we would love to play at the holidays.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank you. I appreciate you covering those two costs. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
And I'd like to make a motion, we approve this with the two changes for cleaning and security.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Heil to approve regular agenda 7.1 as presented with the caveat that the Marshall High School Orchestra Band will cover those two out-of-pocket fees, the cleaning fee and the security fee of $192.50. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank
you
you. We're
so
so
much.
glad.
Thank you, Council. Thank you.
All right. Y'all have a good time, too. All right.
Thank you.
All right. 7:37. Okay. We're moving then to agenda 7.2. And let me read this one. Presentation and discussion to approve an amending subdivision plat of the correction plat of Linkwood Addition subdivision establishing Lot 41 with a request for a variance to Chapter 10 subdivisions, a requirement for construction of a sidewalk, Block D, CB 4446A, for approximately 0.427 acres located at 7500 and 7504 Link Side Drive. And we have Ms. Huerta, our Planning and Zoning Director, here to present this evening. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening.
We're glad you're here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is an application for an amending plat that also includes a request for a variance to the sidewalk requirements. And this is to consider approving the amending plat. It is located at 7500 and 7504 Linkside. It is about .427 acres, and it has an existing home and shed on the property. The current legal is lots 1 and 2, Block D, CB 446A correction plat of Linkwood Addition, and they are proposing to add to the existing residence. They're going to do an addition to the rear of the house and the driveway, and the driveway. And they are required to amend this plat in order to allow the proposed construction. They're going from 2 smaller lots to 1 big lot. Lot 1 has the existing residence, and Lot 2 is where the proposed addition and existing shed are. And these structures will have access to both Linkside and Lincrest Drive. Oops. This is the aerial view of the property. This is the existing residence with the existing shed. This shows their proposed site plan that has this dark shade is the proposed addition, and the driveway will be back here, the new driveway. This shows the amended plat, how they're creating 1 lot out of the 2 lots. So they're just removing the lot line. Up here on the left-hand corner shows the layout, the current layout with the 2 lots. The city engineer reviewed the amending plat and determined that the plat is in substantial conformance to Chapter 10 subdivisions, with the exception of meeting the requirements of sidewalk installation. The applicant is requesting a variance to this requirement. They are proposing to only build the sidewalk along Linkside Street where they're putting the driveway. They're stating, since this is where the improvements they are making, the reason for the amending plat, that this is where they would like to build the sidewalk and not along the entirety of the property, since they have access off of Linkside and Lincrest. The owner has paid all fees associated with this application. The proposed addition will increase the property tax value and therefore increase the city's property tax base. I know the owner and the engineer representing them on the plat are both here in the audience. I'm here for any questions, and so are they.
Thank you. So, Ms. Huerta, they want to add 2 driveways?
No, they have an existing driveway.
I saw the one, but I mean, that's one that's going to stay, but then they're going to add another one?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So this is the existing driveway that's off of Lincrest.
Yeah.
Or is it Lincrest? I might have gotten the streets mixed up. But where they are doing the addition, they're going to put another driveway. They're changing where they're going to be entering from because they say this street is busier. They have a harder time coming in and out.
Yeah, I saw the existing one, so now they're adding another one.
Yeah.
And what does it say about, I know one of our goals of Linkwood is to add sidewalks.
Yes.
So
yes.
what is the rule that we're trying to
Well, we
follow?
do, yes, anytime there's development, it does require that they install sidewalks as part of that development because we do promote walkability. And this is when we adhere to that. This is when the requirement comes into play.
And so they just want to put the sidewalk where the new driveway is, right?
Correct.
And
That's
not
their proposal.
But they should go, according to the guidelines, they should go all the way around?
Correct.
Okay.
Since they're at a corner.
Right.
It requires it on both sides. And I'm not sure, I looked, this house was built in, I want to say it was 1971. I couldn't find any instance of there being a variance or anything. I'm not sure how it got built without the sidewalk. But there are other properties in the area that do have sidewalks.
Oh, yeah. You can, it's kind of like a cut and paste type thing. So you see a little bit of a sidewalk there, and then you see some sidewalks across the street. I drove by it just to kind of get a lay of the land. So that's what I was wondering, what the requirement would be.
Yes,
would be
it
all
would
the way
be
around.
for-
Okay.
Please go to the zoning commission slide, please.
Oh,
The
I'm
zoning
sorry.
commission's vote, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, the Planning and Zoning Commission
Oh, yeah.
recommended approval of the plat without variances in a 6-0 vote.
So without the sidewalk.
Correct, they
Well,
recommend.
so I want to clarify, because I went back to listen to the meeting minutes. Abraham's the one that made the motion. Prior to his making the motion, he says that he thought that the council should make the decision on the variances. So his motion was without the variance. So, I mean, he's here this evening, so you can get clarification from him, but I took his vote to mean that the item was, he wanted to approve the plat and not consider the variances and leave that up to y'all.
Okay.
And so, another commissioner, I want to say it was Commissioner Mersch, tried to restate his motion, but you can't restate a motion that has different wording. But she's the one that seconded the motion and they voted. But both the applicant and I think a couple of other people were confused with what that meant. And so either way, though, the council's the one that has the sole discretion over the variances, so we don't have to take it back. But
That's good.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Right. All right, so you want to bring the applicant up, or did y'all have some other questions first?
Was it Mr. Garcia, that's the gentleman's name that owns the house?
Yes.
Yeah, why don't you come up, sir?
Come on up, and then we have the
And then after he talks.
Here? I'm sorry. Would you please state your name and?
My name is Jim Garcia. I'm
Jim
the
Garcia,
resident.
you own the property?
Both properties,
Okay, Mr.
yes.
Garcia, hi, how are you?
Good evening.
Good evening
Kinda
and
nervous.
welcome. No, don't be nervous. We won't bite, I promise. We're friendly. Okay.
Daniel, can you go back to the slide that shows the property, please, so we can have some context?
I want to say that we've been a long-time residents. We've been over 16 years there in that house and that property. When I first bought it, I've had this idea to do this for the longest time. We just got the, saved up for it and all that to do it. So I want to improve the property, improve the look of the neighborhood. That's one of the first houses that you see when you come up that street. If I have, instead of an empty lot, there would be a structure there, a building, which also creates more taxes that the city gets in it. I wish I could do the whole sidewalk all the way around, but the property there, that front part of the property and the side, that drops about 4 feet. So anything over 3 feet needs to be engineered for a retaining wall to get put up there. And it's just a hardship on us to do that. It's almost a football field length of sidewalk that they want to put with a retaining wall, and it's a hardship for us to do it. It's not in our budget. So that's why we asked for the variance to put it on that one side there, to put a retaining wall, because on the property that's next to us right here, it comes up to the curb. So what they're asking is to put it like where that red line is, but it's on top of the hill. To match that, I would have to put a retaining wall and then the driveway there. That's why I'm asking for that variance. I'm willing to do that, just instead of just saying no to everything. And as Mr. Diaz had mentioned about it, is y'all grant variances for commercial people to build. They ask for their variance for profit or to get their buildings built or whatever. I'm not asking for profit. I'm just asking to make my house look better, and then everybody gets kind of what they want.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Orozco. And
Thank
then
you,
Mr.
Mr.
Bradshaw.
I've been to your house 3 times. I'm glad you didn't call the police on me.
No.
Yes, and I I know.
They respond quick, too. That's why I like Leon Valley.
Police are getting better. But yes, I'm totally in favor of granting you this variance. I've seen the neighborhood in Linkwood, and the sidewalks are inconsistent. So
Right.
it's not like if you're going to attach the sidewalk to another one. I know that your neighbor has one where the mailbox is at.
Yes.
And that's it. I think it's just a platform for the mailbox.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Diaz did say that, we allow variances for others and for people in Leon Valley, but this is for an individual. And I'm okay with that because we got to take care of our folks as well. I think that you putting that on there, it's not going to make a significant overview distortion of it. I think it's going to fit in with the irregularities that the sidewalks are in all over the place. So I'm okay with it, and I'm okay to, once our
colleagues finish talking, I'll make a motion to approve that variance for you.
And it also, and it's also progress. Later on, yes, I want to put it, because I want people to be safe. It's dangerous on that street there during rush hour, backing up out of there.
Oh, yeah.
It's also, safety, and so that's one of the reasons I want to move on the other side.
Yeah.
It's a less busier street.
Yeah, you're right behind the rodeo.
Yes. Everybody cutting rush hour.
Exactly, yeah.
The Valero and then going down that way.
I'm totally in
sometimes it's
favor of
scary
it.
backing up there.
I'm totally in favor of it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
sharing that. Yes, Mr.
So
Bradshaw?
we might as well, I'll second Councilor Orozco's motion, and we can have further discussion since
Okay,
that's what we're
that
doing
sounds
anyways.
good. So we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve the plat and the variance
Variance
as
for the
presented,
sidewalk.
right? We have two issues here. Any further discussion? Do we have some
I
discussion?
did have another question, though.
Okay.
for
I'm
Mr.
sorry. Go ahead.
For Mr. Garcia.
Yes. Mhm.
Sorry. And
Mr. Garcia, you'll need to come because we are recording.
There might be some more
Yeah.
questions. My question is, the sidewalk that you are doing by the
front.
By the front where you're
Mm-hmm.
going to put the driveway?
Yes.
Is it going to be against the curb like the neighbors? Is that what
Yes,
your
to
the
match the
intention is?
neighbors, and it will have-
And it will butt up to the neighbors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
And
there'll
it-
at least be a continuous from there.
At least
That-
from there, yeah.
And I plan on doing the retaining wall too there too.
Right there. Okay.
Actually, it's going to benefit me to level out my yard instead of being on the lawnmower like that.
Yeah, there you go.
It's true.
Okay, that was my question, so appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming this evening. Yes, Mr. Martinez and then Ms. Heil.
So if I understand it, where the dark red line is, that is where you're going to put the sidewalk.
Not the whole,
Actually, it's going to be
just half.
put it up to the curb, the way the neighbors is to the.
Yeah, it'll be right on the curb, but it'll be from the dark red line.
No, I was doing it from the property line of 7504, from property line to 7504, property line to 7505, 7500.
08. You're connecting 7508 with your
Well, it's
7504.
7500 and 7504.
Oh, I thought it was from 08.
So it would start where I would finish. It would
Yeah,
start
but I
here,
thought it was right here.
and finish about
Yeah.
halfway there.
The sidewalk. Okay, so are we clarified on where the sidewalk's going to go? I just want to be sure we know where the sidewalk's going to go, because that's
Mr.
part of
Garcia,
the...
thanks for not calling the police on us, because I think we all drove by your
Yeah,
house.
I think we all
At least
did.
3 or 4 times.
I did.
You didn't go.
But I blocked that.
Yeah, I think it was just. I want my house to look better, and that's,
Right, of course.
This is my forever home.
Yeah.
And if the variance doesn't go through, then actually none of the construction is gonna happen.
Right, of course.
There's no reason to do it if I don't get the variance. So.
Okay, well, the motion is to approve your variance, so that's good news.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a vote right now. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. So you do have your variance and you do have your amended plat. So thank you. We appreciate you being here. All right. All right, we're moving then to 7.3, presentation and discussion on an ordinance for a request to rezone approximately 6.8 acre of land from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to Planned Development District, PDD, with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling Base Zoning District located at 6612 and 6618 Sawyer Road, and more specifically described as the northwest 330 foot of lots 10, 11, 12, and 13, and the northwest 20-foot triangle of Lot 10, and the southwest 400-foot of Lot 3, CB 5874. Now, this is a first reading, which means that we will not take a vote tonight. We will have a presentation, discussion, get everybody's questions answered, and then the council will decide what to do after that. Okay, but no vote tonight. All right, so Ms. Huerta, good evening and welcome back. Okay.
The purpose of this item is to consider a zone change request from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to PD Planned Development District with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling District. It is being proposed from an apartment-style townhouse development, and they are requesting variances to Section 15.02.308, R3 Multiple Family Dwelling District. As you know, the Planned Development District is to give people options, flexibility, to also meet the goals and objectives of the comp plan, to promote economic development, to promote compatibility, and to provide a method for innovative planning concepts. The variances that are being requested include lot regulation. They are proposing a minimum unit size area for the first 3 units to be decreased from 1,200 to 600 square feet. They are also proposing a minimum height to be increased from 3 to 4 stories, and they are asking for the minimum parking spaces for 2 bedrooms to be decreased from 2 to 1.5. There's also a request to provide only 2 parking spaces for townhouses with more than 2 bedrooms. Typically, the requirement would be an additional parking space for each additional bedroom. Reduce the minimum setbacks from 20 feet to 5 feet in the front, 25 feet to 5 feet in the rear, and 15 feet to 4 feet in the 25 to 5 feet in the rear. I think that was in the side. 15 feet to 4 feet in the side. To reduce landscaping requirements from 35% of the property and 5% in plantings to 10% of the property and 2% of plantings. This is the location map of the property. This is Sawyer Road right there. This is the aerial view of what it looks like right now. It was a residence with some accessory structures. The surrounding zoning, there's B1, B2, R1 to the north. To the west, you have R1 and R3. To the east, there's B1, B2, B3 commercial and R1. To the south, there's R1, R3, B2, and B3. This does show you the surrounding zonings. This is the proposed site plan. It was previously revised, but this is the newest revision. With the PDD, you do approve the site plan. As far as staff comments, the proposed development will be located on 1 lot as opposed to multiple lots that would be typical of a townhouse development. The proposed project will be designed as a condominium type development, which is suited for an R3 multiple family zoning district. And staff advises council to require legal documentation for the condominium project. It is townhouse, but they will be selling just the townhouse, not the land underneath. Staff does not support the variance request to be exempt from minimum setback requirements or to have them reduced. This property will need to be replatted prior to any development or construction. The applicant requires a separate tree variance. The code does not allow for a variance to the tree preservation as part of this PDD request. It's separate. It has to be handled separately. And staff recommends to place a condition on the site plan that they can't increase the units by more than 10% without council approval. Staff recommends that the following be removed from the PDD request. We're concerned that it states the layout of the site plan and all stated and unstated code modifications required to build it shall be allowed by right and shall supersede the current code requirements where there is conflict. So my concern is the unstated, that it's like carte blanche. You're not stating the variance that you're requesting.
And did the applicant put that in? I'm assuming in his
This is in
proposal?
his request, and so staff is suggesting
just
that
wanted
that
to be
be
clear
struck
about that.
from the exhibit. Also, staff recommends that the following be removed from the request. Granted the right to modify the site plan so long as the required modifications to the code, if any, are fully consistent with those required for the site plan as shown in Exhibit B. Again, that kind of goes back to staff would prefer that it says you can't modify it by more than 10% without needing council approval. It leaves it too vague. Total number of units is currently estimated to approximately 150, but shall not exceed 165. It shall comply with approved minimum parking requirements. Just being concerned that it did the number of units just barely fell under the threshold to require a further TIA. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that if it goes over that threshold, that a TIA be required, a full TIA. And then they mentioned tree preservation and mitigation as part of the PDD. Well, the code does not allow that. The code requires that that be taken separately, approved separately from the PDD. So those are, I think those comments should be struck from the application. And really this one, the code does not allow it.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the master plan, the properties along Sawyer Road, this is what the master plan reads, may be zoned R2, R3A, R3, or R4, which is consistent with the proposed use of this PDD request as a townhouse-like development. So the request is consistent and compatible with the city's master plan. As far as fiscal impact, all fees associated with this rezone request have been paid. The development of a multifamily development will increase ad valorem and sales tax in the city. Staff recommends the applicant revise their variance request to provide minimum setbacks. Staff recommends project be held to submitted site plan and that an increase in more than 10% of proposed unit will require council approval. An increase in number of units will trigger a TIA study requirement. That condominium documents should be provided at time of platting. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial in a vote of 5-2. I'm here to answer any questions, and so is the applicant.
Appreciate it. Okay. So I'll certainly, would the council like to hear from the citizens? I know there's several of y'all here. Would you like to hear from them first? Did y'all have some questions, comments?
I'd like to hear.
And of course, the applicant is here. Okay. So if we would, yes, you sure can. I wanted to turn up the lights so we could see. Okay. Thank you. There we go. So yes, Lynn Joseph, you're first.
Lynn Joseph.
To,
I'm curious, it stated that the property, can you restate that? That the property, you'll just be buying the townhome, you will not be buying the property that sits on it. Isn't that avoiding city taxes? Because they don't have to pay for the...
Correct.
I'm sorry?
The property's still required to pay ad valorem taxes. You just, as part of a condominium, there's like a condominium association, like an HOA, and so they have funds that get put into an HOA, and they pay their ad valorem taxes, they pay maintenance out of there, they pay everything out of those fees.
So what is the benefit, what's the benefit? I don't see
That's not a concern of the council or the residents of how they're gonna run the property, it's whether or not the use is appropriate for that property.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Heil.
After we hear from the citizens, can we hear from the applicant? Because I can't tell anything from what we just
Sure.
saw.
If you would
we
y'all
give
like to
him
hear
10
from him
minutes so we
first,
can-
or okay, let's hear from the applicant first. Mr. Shahadi, what would you like to add to the presentation? Good evening and
Council.
welcome.
Pleasure to see you all
Thank
again.
you.
All right, so I would like to shed some light on a whole bunch of questions and reasons behind some of the language that was used. It was used very carefully, was put in there very carefully for a reason. So I would like to, and I do have some clarification also.
Let me ask the council for permission to use an outside presentation. Is that acceptable to the council? Because we do have a rule that says we don't usually do it. So I'm seeing consensus. Okay, go ahead.
And just a reminder, it's 10
10
minutes.
minutes, exactly. No more than 10 minutes.
This is like a deja vu.
I like to remind you, Mr. Shahadi.
We know our rules.
All right, hopefully we'll be much faster than that. All right. Yeah, for sure, take your time. It's for the soul. All right, so while this is loading, I just wanted to clarify a few things. When we submitted the PDD, we submitted it for an R4 townhouses. It was the staff's recommendation that we come back with an R3. All right, in terms of the condominium, we did not suggest the condominium regime, although it makes a lot of sense. It was recommended by the staff. A condominium regime is exactly what we believe ultimately would fit best. So we agree with the recommendation. And there's a lot of, in the Planning and Zoning Commission, meeting, there were questions about condominium and some misconception of what a condominium is. There was a parallel drawn between a condominium and an apartment complex, and that is not the case. You could have a condominium in single-family homes. It's just the way the HOA is structured. Okay, so with regards to the TIA, 175 at the threshold. We will never go above 175. The 150 to 165 respects the 10% that was presented by staff, so we have zero issue with that. The question on the site plan and why we added that language on basically if there's unstated variances required, it's based on precedence with previous PDDs, where basically if the site plan is approved, and unless one goes and looks at all the code, effectively the site plan naturally supersedes other areas of the code. Now we make the extra effort to go and look at specifically what is it that we're asking for to enable the site plan. But the site plan is by right. It's just some additional safety cautious, the 10%, so it's vague, but we believe the 10% is more vague, because what is 10%? It's 10% variation of what? Is it the number of units? Is it the size of the streets? Is it this? Is it that? So we had a similar issue in definition. Melinda would have been able to provide more feedback on that. So we're just trying to make it clean, honestly, not trying to, the site plan is site plan, if you're approving it. On the variance for the trees, we cannot build the site plan without the trees being taken out. And so I don't understand how we would not link the two. That's why we included it. We've done it in the past. It was approved in the past. Not any of projects. The main reason why we did submit for a tree variance, it's important that you all understand that. But our submission included an inventory, just like it did for Senna, just like it did for Trilogy, like all the other projects generally required an inventory, especially if we are taking out the majority of, there's a big difference between survey and inventory. I'm not sure if everybody knows what that is. But effectively, a survey is drawing every single tree with exact location. Doesn't matter what the size of the tree is. It would cost us about $25,000 to do that versus the $7,000 that cost us to do an inventory by an arborist and identify the size of each tree that is above and the kind of the tree. So we've done that. But if we're taking everything out and keeping certain number of trees that we have the location for, we do not understand why we need a tree survey. It's just totally counterproductive. We have not needed it in the past, not in Seneca West, not in Trilogy, not in any of those PDDs in the past. So that's basically just really quick. I wanted to share with you a little bit about the location. You all know what that is. What's around this property. So this is Sawyer Road here. So the traffic would be going towards Bandera. Okay, so we do not have any traffic going down this way at all. And my understanding is that the majority of these properties, neighboring properties, are businesses. So I believe there's a business across the street. The gentleman here kind of runs a business. And then as you drive through that way, it's basically all businesses. So we do not believe we'll be impacting the neighbors, the residential side, which is more on this side here, in any way. In terms of the property and the state of the property, I'll just let you decide for yourself. Okay, I'll show you what it is. It's basically a homeless shelter, and it's truly totally abandoned for many years. There is a hangar on the one side of the property. I believe the two brothers used to be pilots, and there was a landing strip there they used to land. And this here is filled with parts and, more importantly, tanks of whatever that is that could put. We believe there's a fire hazard over there, and that it's right next to the office complex. So, anyways, we assessed a whole bunch of fire hazards. a whole bunch of dead trees. The property had, these homes have no windows. Everything is run down. This is what it looks like on the inside. If I'm the neighbor, if you haven't walked the property, please go ahead. I wouldn't want to live there with this property as it is. More. It's a dump, basically. All right, so why? This was our original plan. We got feedback from planning and zoning, from staff. We changed it. We are happy to provide legal documentation. We have revised the setback requirements so that we're more clear on that. In terms of the site plan, what it looks like right now is we have these blocks, and there is a reason why we asked for those specific setbacks, and I'll explain it in a bit. But the fire plan here is pretty standard. We believe we're good with the fire plan. In terms of a parallel to what that looks like, this is the style we're looking at. So this would be the alley, and this is how those garages would be. This is a double garage. As you see, it's a standard double garage. So when people are saying, my big truck is not going to fit in there, it won't, because it doesn't fit in any standard garage in normal circumstances. So, in fact, and I'll show you what I mean. This is a whole bunch of townhouses here. Another example by the quarry. What a typical unit looks like is that there's a double garage from the access from the alley, and in the front there's a front yard, tiny. But the reason behind this, and then a little bit of an area that takes you upstairs, second level kitchen, living area, dining area, third level is bedrooms. The reason for the fourth story, which is consistent with the past property, when the PDD that's currently approved that has townhouses, is just to put a rooftop patio. That's basically it. Otherwise, we will not be using the top. It's mainly to just keep the kids, if somebody has kids, in a safe environment. And if people want to entertain, they can do that. All right, so this is what it looks like really quick here. You have sidewalks, that's the front. We'll offset them. They look very nice. 26 to 30-foot streets. The alley is about 16 feet. So this is what we had submitted originally that staff had an issue with. We came back with setting the setbacks a little bit better. I'll explain why those setbacks are there, but let's talk about the parking first. So this is what the double garage looks like. This is an F-150 Raptor, Mr. Diaz. And it fits tightly, but it does fit. And this is what a RAV4 looks like in that garage. All right, so now this is a neighborhood that's totally out in the suburbs. I wanted to draw a parallel to it. These are big homes. And if you look at where people park their big trucks, I won't say much more. Look at the size of these garages. They're about the same size. They will be the exact same size as the garages that we're putting in there for those townhouses. All right, so this is an example also for parking. This is Pavona Place. I believe Mr. Orozco lives there. This is a 30-foot street, pavement, and people park on that street. Zero issue with that, right? So what we have done is we have a main drive here. The main street is 30 feet. We believe people, not only do we have extra spaces, we have 6 spaces here dedicated, we have 11 here, we have 2 here, but you also have 550 feet of a straight street there where people can park on the one side without any issues. And then Sawyer Road, not going to go there, but it's a public street. People can park on the public street. It's a 60-foot right-of-way, by the way, 60-foot right-of-way. Although the pavement is small at this point in time, but that is a 60-foot right-of-way. And even though people say it's a small street, it's not. It's as big as Grass Hill and Seneca Drive, et cetera, et cetera. So in terms of the setback, the only reason why we're asking for those setbacks is because in the front, I explained what those units look like. There's a 5-foot from the property because that's the front of those units. The back is where they are here.
Okay,
So,
if you could finish up, Mr. Shahadi, please.
Yeah, I mean, unless, I'm done if you guys are satisfied
Just,
with
yeah,
this.
Your 10 minutes is up, but I'll let you finish.
No, I'm good. Actually, I just wanted to highlight the open spaces.
Okay.
And, basically, we highlighted the language here. And in terms of parking, 1.5 per unit is the standard for San Antonio. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that for two-bedroom. Now, this is not going to be an issue with this development because everybody has a double garage, right? But just and what we submitted here, I asked council to please consider allowing us to include this variance, the tree variance. I know the code says no, but other PDDs have included it in the past. And council has the power to give a variance on that part of the code. So in terms of the trees, 80% are invasive. We are keeping trees. We're actually keeping the majority of the oak trees. We're keeping 2 large ones, 2 medium ones, and 2 smaller ones. And this is their locations. And basically, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I guess I'm a little confused because I thought the presentation said we weren't supposed to be looking at the trees right now.
So let me just clarify a couple of things. So in your past PDDs, we have taken a look and done a tree inventory. We have a new staff person here, and so when she read the code, she's right. There really isn't a portion of that would allow tree variances. However, council has the ability with any code that you adopt to have variances on your code. It's not in there that says there's no variances for trees. It's just not part of that section of the PDD. But y'all have done it in the past on his other 2 projects. It's just when we read the code now, it's not there. It's not in there that way. And so what we think has happened is that we were doing it for so long a certain way, and along the way it changed, and staff got used to doing it a certain way and didn't go back and look that it had changed. Now with the new staff person on, it's very clear that that's not what it says. But you as the council do have the ability, I mean, to waive whatever portions of the code that you adopt, because it's not a state mandated code, so you can override it. It's your code that you adopted. So, just to clarify.
Okay.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Roscoe, that's, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Shahadi, when I went there this weekend to look around, I saw a for sale sign on there. Is the property not sold? Are you putting the cart before the horse? Or why is it for sale and you're trying to build on it already?
I think they forgot to take that sign down. They forgot to take the sign down.
So
It's under contract.
Want to buy it?
Just do you want to buy it?
But Mr. Roscoe, there were 2 for sale signs, one big one and one small
Yes,
one.
they didn't take down.
Those are the whole, okay.
Yeah,
That was one of my
because
questions too.
They're technically 2 properties, 2 different addresses, the 2 brothers, but they died, and the estate came and linked the 2. And actually, the people selling it, it's an attorney, I believe. They're very sophisticated. They know exactly what they're doing.
Okay.
And the price that they set is based on the master plan that calls for an R3, which is high density up to apartments. So they price the land in accordance.
Okay.
This is not priced like a regular home, guaranteed.
Yeah, I want to hear from the citizens.
Yeah. Any other questions right now while we're at the dais? Let's do that, and then we'll open it up. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Shahadi. Mr. Campos, you're up.
Ms. Huerta, could I ask you a question? So if this condominium project, okay, if that's the right wording, I know it said townhouses, but condominium. So if we're granting a variance or a new I guess zoning from R1 to R3, and the condominium project just doesn't come through, is it now available to build apartments, or?
It will allow whatever the base zoning
is, but it's a PDD. What you're approving is the project. So what goes along with the PDD is a project plan. And this is the project plan that you are approving. So you're approving a PDD with a base zoning of R3. If somebody else were to come back to the property, it would have a base zoning of R3, but they would still have to come for a PDD. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. And then, does the staff have any concerns about, from what I looked at the site plan, it had underground detention, I guess, for water. Any concerns about mosquitoes or smell? I just don't know of any other project that has an underground detention.
We did not consider that. I know engineering did have
Some comments.
comments and concerns,
That wasn't one of them.
but that wasn't one of them.
Okay. And
Can you go back to the site plan for me, Daniel?
Because I do want to clarify just one thing. So there's some confusion on townhouses and condominiums and why staff kind of made that recommendation. It is a townhome. So y'all traditionally know condominiums is kind of like the high-rise apartment condominiums that you see like at the coast or maybe downtown San Antonio. These are townhomes. However, the lot underneath it is one lot for the entire stretch of the townhomes. So that's why staff had to come up with something that kind of encompass that. So you will own the townhouse, but the lot underneath it, you won't own the land because they're not individually sparsed. He's going to continue to own, him or if whoever he sells it to will own that entire property piece. So that's why we listed it as a condominium. It's just not a traditional condominium as y'all are used to seeing, but it is still a condominium type structure.
so by approving this zoning, I just want to make sure I understand that somebody, another developer, can come back and say, okay, we did not fill out the requirements, we don't see the appetite for a townhome / condominium, we're turning into a apartment complex.
They have to come back with the PDD. You're approving this with the planned project. And so whoever comes back is going to have to come back with the PDD. So it may not be this. They could come back with the PDD with apartments and a whole 9 yards, which you're approving, your zoning is a PDD with a R3 base zoning for that property. So if somebody else comes back with a PDD R3 apartment, you would have to still consider it because you have already agreed to the R3, if that makes sense. But they would still have to bring you back a PDD.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Heil.
The pictures that Mr. Shihadi showed really doesn't tell the whole picture. I think people need to go out there and walk through it. It's unbelievable. And I didn't get too far inside because I saw a soda cup sitting on the windowsill and the grocery cart, which I didn't see in the pictures here. So I decided it was probably time for me to leave. But it's a mess. It's terrible in there. It really is.
I saw it today.
And the other thing I did this week, which is when we're talking about the new homes and everything, I went through the homes on Huebner. They're incredible. Beautiful. They are just beautiful. And the backyards are small, but that's all people need. It was gorgeous. I was so impressed. I would move, but, I can't right now.
Okay, you would move, but yes, Councilor Orozco, go ahead.
Thank you. You brought something up. I was reviewing the planning and zoning a couple of times. I think Mr. Shahadi said, I would like to take you through that area, but he also said that there may be objects there that could be explosive. Did I hear him right? Does our police department needs to get, our fire department needs to get involved and go in there and check it out?
No. You can't go on private property.
Even though it's a hazard?
Somebody would have to call in a possible.
Yeah, without getting a warrant to go on there.
Yeah, we can't.
How's that?
Without getting a warrant is what, go ahead.
Unless there-
May I make two comments? We have access to the property.
Unless there's a specific health and safety aspect to it, which we don't know just from the picture.
Right, I mean, that's.
I'm just asking.
Okay,
Do you
yes,
wanna go
Councilor
there and
Bradshaw.
explode on me?
We'd have to have some evidence that there is actually.
An actual reason, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
So we talked about the garages, the parking spaces, and the average in Texas 1.5, I believe. But we haven't really talked about the units at all. And I know that's not kind of the point of this, but I was just wondering, are they talking mostly 2 bedrooms or bigger than that? I don't know if that's been designed.
There will be mostly actually 3 bedrooms.
Okay, mostly
There'll be
3
mostly
bedrooms.
3 bedrooms. These are not small townhouses. They're going to be anywhere between 1,500-1,600 square feet.
Oh, wait a minute.
And up.
Pretty good size.
Yeah, and the reason why we were asking for a smaller footprint It's the 600 because you're going up.
Yeah, vertical.
Right.
Okay.
So we're not talking about total
Square footage.
Square
600
footage.
is
Oh,
the
you're going
footprint,
up.
but it's
Okay.
Correct. So
that's
like,
what
because
I
you're
thought.
stacking 3 on top of each other, so you can, so the 600 is actually the footprint.
1,800. Right.
Right?
Okay.
And I also wanted to clarify a couple of things. Mr. Orozco, we have access to the property.
We have
do.
what?
We have access to the property.
Access,
It's our
okay.
property. So,
you.
if, and, you know, like we're happy to take the police, not the fire department, and if they would like to go in.
Well, I was just concerned because I think in your presentation, you indicated that it could be explosive.
We believe that it's worth it to take a look at
So
that
will you
area.
allow our fire department to go
I
in
think
there?
it's a good idea.
All right, I'll let you and the city manager
I'll,
work
I'll,
that out.
I'll talk to the chief about this.
Another question.
Continue,
I have.
please.
And sorry, and the condominium thing, I wanted to correct something. Sorry, Crystal. In terms of ownership, we will not continue owning the land. We will not continue, and this is a project we will be doing. We're not selling that project. That's not the plan. So effectively, we will not own it. There will be a condominium regime that will own it. So the owners, so the townhomes, the owners of the townhomes, collectively own the one lot, and
So
they
then-
insure it and they do all of that. So we will not. They will be basically self-sufficient, and they will own it proportionately to their footprint. So if somebody has a bigger footprint, it's almost like shares in a company, effectively, how it ends up being at the end of the day.
So they have to pay the taxes and the insurance
Correct,
and
yes.
all that.
And
yeah.
that is correct, yeah.
Mhm. On top
in
of the
relation-
condominium fees.
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
On top of
absolutely
the
right.
sale of the property.
That's right.
Okay, gotcha.
So what about
Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead. I didn't mean
Individual
to-
townhome owner won't own that lot, is what I
Yeah,
was trying to
it's
get at.
collective.
It's a
It's
collective.
a collective, that's correct.
Go ahead, Mr. Bradshaw. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I had a question about the entrances. So there's one at Sawyer Road in the middle, and then is there another one further down, or is that exit only, or is it only for fire access?
Yeah, so let's talk about this. So this is the classic IFC requirement, right, that we're all very familiar with by now. All right, so we have the two entrances. This entrance here is a tricky entrance because visibility is a little bit tight.
Uh-huh. It is, very much so.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, so that's why I'm mentioning it for council to understand what we're trying to do here. So we will be recommending a stop sign here, right? So people will be able to. I don't understand why people are laughing. It's a matter of public safety, and a. Anyways,
I'm
not
going
gonna
to
engage-
let y'all speak here in just a minute, okay?
Yeah.
So thank you. Please keep your comments, and then we'll let you come
Thank
up
you.
and talk
Thank you very
as well.
much. So the main entrance, we envision the main entrance to be here. However, people that will be coming in, there should be no issue with them coming in. The exit is going to be tricky. That is why we would recommend a three-way stop here. Now, in terms of why this distance, it's because if you take the diagonal from here to here, you need, the IFC requires that there will be the two entrances should be at least the distance of half of this diagonal, right? So that is why we have that distance here. We don't really have a choice. We're very lucky, actually, that we have that. Now, also, we're sprinkling the whole project. So this is something we
So
have
they'll
to
all
do.
be
anyways.
sprinklered,
So it's
every
all
unit.
sprinkled. And so all in all, the other thing we wanted to do was so there's a crisscross road here. Are you guys familiar with that road? It's kind of here, links Pass, and it ends right here. It's supposed to have linked Pass to Sawyer. Melinda's very familiar with that. What we thought we would do is we'd actually have an exit here, and we kept it open for potentially emergency services to be able to access the property from there. This is something we can talk about in the future. We have the ability, the way we designed this, to allow for that access.
That
If
that
it's
was
something
part of my other question, is any access from the other side or possibly even straight through by the bakery or whatever's on that other side? Is there any?
Yeah, no, there's a
easement or
clear
bakery
access
there?
here, but it requires private easement from the owner of the property next door.
You'd have to get permission from.
Yeah, so we didn't want to get into that at this point in time because we don't know if this is approved or not, so.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I had some questions. So there's 175 units,
No, there's 150 units at this point in time.
but no more than 175?
No more
because
than
then that-
165.
165, okay. And if you go to 175, then that
Yeah, we're not gonna
does a
approve those.
TIA, and you're not going to
There's
do
not
that.
enough room
I
for-
got you. But I guess my biggest concern is the parking, especially when I just heard that you said most of these condominiums are going to be three-bedroom, and our parking requirements in our zoning code is for high-density apartments and condominiums, one space for each one-bedroom unit, two spaces for each two-bedroom unit, and one additional space for each additional bedroom. So that's 3 parking spaces. And you're saying 1.5? So
No,
what is
for this
1.5?
project-
I mean, how
this
can you fit
project
2
we have-
cars into 1.5 space? I just don't get that.
All right, so I'll answer
Go
that.
ahead, you want to answer that?
The
Yeah.
1.5 was initially the view that we would have some single garages where you would have like smaller than the 20-foot that we're looking at. Now that changed based on feedback, we do not need that 1.5 ratio anymore.
Okay,
right?
so it's gonna be
So
2
actually, we're meeting, yes, but
parking
for
spaces
3
per
bedrooms,
condo?
yeah, for 3 bedrooms, there's not one project that we know of where for 3 bedrooms you're getting 3 parking garages, parking spaces. It doesn't work like that.
Well,
City of
just-
San Antonio, they are at 1.2 for an apartment, regardless of how many bedrooms. Because if you have a mom and 2 kids, 1 car, 3 bedrooms, how do you need 3 cars? Right?
Well,
So
you
that's-
haven't been in Leon Valley and you don't walk like I walk. There are so many cars in everybody's driveway. It's
Fair
crazy.
enough.
People have
Fair
more
enough.
than one car, let me tell you. But anyway, the other thing I was going to ask is that street. I mean, I drove it today with the manager and the police chief. That Sawyer Road is an undeveloped road. There's no sidewalks. It's almost a country road. I can't believe that you're saying it's 60 foot wide. But anyway, and I guess when you were saying about the parking, well, you don't need 3 parking spaces for 3 bedrooms because it's a mom and dad and 2 kids. But what about relatives who come visit and people who visit? Then where are they going to park? They're going to park on Sawyer Road.
They don't
I
have to
mean-
park on Sawyer Road. The main street is 30 feet wide. It's 550 feet
Are
long.
you going to have parking spaces delineated on one
Yes,
side?
but
And
that's
how many
exactly.
parking spaces
You
would
can
that
have
total?
25
25.
plus
Okay.
17.
Okay.
That's
25
a lot.
plus 17. Okay, so, and then what I thought I heard you say is the 4th story is really just a rooftop, but you don't need to do it if you don't want to do it? Is that what I heard?
Well, we would like to do it
I
because
know.
it's an attractive for a family. If I'm a single mom or I'm a couple and I have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, do I want them to go walk to the park by themselves? You know, those front yards are pretty small, right? We want the kids to be able to play, and we want people to be able to have some space to sit down, have a barbecue, you know, just like you would have in your backyard. What's happening right now from a design perspective, it's going up. So you're taking that space that you normally have as a backyard and putting it on your roof. It's more costly for us to build that, but we believe it's an attractive feature
Okay.
for a lot of people, and we believe this is a product that is selling. We know it's selling in San Antonio, like it's selling extremely well. So this product we would like to implement in Leon Valley. It'll look gorgeous.
Okay. Now, I noticed that you had a dog park and you have a pool and you have a barbecue area. That's common for everybody, I'm assuming?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. But it seems pretty small, so. it
They're
just-
not actually.
They're not.
This is a big piece of
4,000
land.
I'm sorry?
This is a big piece of land. We have in
I just-
total, if I was to, we have 23% of this property as open spaces. And in terms of detention, but we actually went extra on detention because this property slants down, and we did our calculations. We could get away with less detention, but we thought we just wanted to err on the safe side.
Okay. And I know the staff is recommending the no minimum setback requirements. Now, have you said we will agree to that, or what is your difference between?
We actually resubmitted to address that.
Okay,
and
so
we,
see,
and
this
we
is
have,
when I read a packet and then it's changed, it's a little
well,
hard
it's got
to
to
follow.
change when you
so-
have comments coming
Yeah,
back. That's
I
the
understand.
idea.
I understand. Okay. That's it for me for right now. Is there anybody else that has a question, comment? Okay, so we'll open it up to our citizens to please come forward and state your name and where you reside and your comment.
Lynn
Thank you. Good
Joseph.
evening, Lynn.
Hi, Canterfield. I just have a question, since this was at one time an airfield. Has that property been cleared for any kind of EPA, gasoline, whatever, all that oil?
I don't know.
Like we had across the street with the cleaners. So
Mhm.
is that dirt even compatible to be built? Right? And I wonder
I'll
if
ask
Mr.
Dr.
Shahadi-
Caldera.
So
That's
the
a question.
those were wells that were put there? And so this property, there's not a well that I'm aware of on the property, but they were disposing of their hazardous material in the wells that were on the property. That's why EPA got involved.
From the
Yes,
airline,
and-
from the tarmac.
Well, I mean,
airfield.
no, so the entire city was evaluated by EPA a few years ago, and so we had a brownfield zone located on 2 properties or 3 properties here in Leon Valley. Melinda's probably more well-versed in this. That wasn't one of the properties that was determined to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole city was looked at the time.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, that's a interesting comment. I hadn't thought about that. Yes, sir. If you'll come up and state your name and where you reside, please. Good evening, welcome.
All right, good evening. Thank you, Council. My name is Carlos Alonso. I actually live on Sawyer Road. Been there for about 20 years now.
Carlos Alonso?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Just want to point out, just like your mayor said, there's, and my other neighbor, there is a safety concern. You drove it today.
Did.
There are 2 actually curves that are almost blind spots from both directions. So adding more units, more residents, unfortunately, in that area will cause a real increase in a safety accident or some sort of accident to happen. I drive there every day. We've seen delivery drivers cut through the back of the bowling alley from Sawyer Road because they're in a hurry, and they're not looking. They're not looking. Now we're trying to increase that. So there's definitely a safety concern there. And that's one thing I haven't heard from the developer. I know he's trying to sell this as, oh my God, it's a beautiful development. I'm all for that, but at the same time, he's not going to live there. The residents live here every day. We're driving this every day. And there really is only a small thoroughfare out of Sawyer Road. Yeah, we have Hebner, but as you can tell, there's a lot of traffic on Bandera. There's already lines of cars waiting at Hebner at the light just to get out of that area from, Timber Hill area and our development. And then now you're adding more cars now to impact Sawyer Road. And unfortunately, that's just not going to work. And another concern too is, when we start to build these type of communities that are almost like apartment complex, I think what like Councilman Orozco said, there's an issue for pet abandonment. There's apartments that I live that are across from my house, and we're starting to see an increase of just abandoned cats and other pets that have just come from those people who live there, and they leave and they might not want to take their pet because they can't, because they're maybe in hardship. So there's definitely a big concern. Priority 1 is for safety. I see a lot of my neighbors here from Sawyer Road. I hope you guys come up here and talk about this if you oppose it. And councilmen, I hope you guys take into consideration the safety of the residents of Sawyer and vote against this
All right.
development.
And can I ask you a question?
ma'am.
Did you get notification?
I did not.
Okay, because somebody had mentioned that they didn't notice.
Yes, they had mentioned in
notification,
the Planning and Zoning Commission that there was a mailer that went out to vote on it. I did not receive it. I think there was only
I
like
guess you
10.
weren't within 200 feet of the property.
Okay. Well,
That
I
must
mean,
be
but
what it
I
is.
think it still
Yeah.
impacts.
But
I
I'm
mean,
sti-
I live
I
there.
understand.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you live further towards the
Yes,
cul-de-sac?
yes. I
Okay,
live on the
further
other side
up.
of Mill Stream going towards
Okay,
the dead
very
end.
good.
So,
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
thank
I
you.
appreciate you letting us know about that. And how long have you, oh, well, that's okay. I was going to say, how long have you lived on the street?
I've been there for about 20 years now.
20 years,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're,
Thank you.
you're well-versed. All right, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Mersch, go ahead. And then Joan, you're after her. Yes.
Beth Mersch from Seneca Estates. So a couple of concerns that I have is I again want to voice the issue of the entrance or exit, whichever he wants to call it, right there on that blind curve. I think that's the most dangerous place in the world to have it, and I know the only reason they have it is so that they meet those fire requirements of the distance between the two entrances. And I don't think a stop sign is going to do anything, because we already know on Seneca and Handsome Lake that they're going to run the stop sign. So I think that's just a disaster waiting to happen. I think the amount of open space is so minimal that it's going to impact the quality of life. I have concerns about this fourth floor patio, balcony, whatever you call it, because one, I don't think that's exactly a safe place for kids to play, because when their ball goes over the fence or the railing or whatever, you're going to have issues. So I still, the 4 stories bothers me a little bit. The amount of trees that are going to be planted, because there's no open space or very little open space, the trees that are going to be planted aren't going to make near a dent in what they've taken out. And knowing the developer's patterns, he's going to ask for a tree variance that he doesn't have to give any money to the tree fund or whatever, because he's been allowed that in the past. I agree with you, Mayor, that parking is the most serious issue. The 2-car garages may be fine, but there are no driveways associated with those garages. So whereas he showed pictures of pickup trucks in people's driveways that didn't fit in their garages, they're not going to have that driveway to put that pickup truck. So that's going to increase the number that are on the street. And we all know that people use their driveway, their garages, for things other than their cars. They use it for storage space, they use it for their bicycles or whatever. So I think it's kind of a cop-out to say, well, everybody has 2 spaces already, because they're missing the driveway. And just to have 25 street parking places and 8, 11,
17,
19 guest parking spaces, that's even not enough for the HEB delivery van to find a place to stop and deliver, or whatever the delivery space is. But I think there are just so many issues, and I also feel that it's a deceptive tactic to show pictures of all the junk that's on the property, because that's totally immaterial, because whoever bought that property, even if they bought it to build an R1 home, they'd have to clean up the property. That's just the way it is. So it's totally immaterial what happened on that property for the last 20 years.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Good evening, Joan, and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you live.
Okay, I am Joan Marcotte. I live in Old Mill neighborhood, which is right next to Sawyer Road. Everybody has made some very good points. Thank you. So if there are 150 to 165 units, that's at least 300 cars that are going to be trying to get back out onto Bandera Road, because that's the only way out of the neighborhood, off of Sawyer Road or out of my neighborhood. That's 300 more cars. If they go up to Huebner, and how are they going to get to Huebner and Bandera? Through another neighborhood, wreaking havoc. It will be awful, and it will be bad on Sawyer Road. It's just going to, and that many more cars onto Bandera Road. So, is there maybe he said something, maybe I missed it, a drainage plan for when we have our really heavy rains, because that goes
I
down.
believe there is a detention pond that you.
Detention pond, okay. Is that going to work?
Well, it's engineered to work, I believe. Yeah. So.
Okay. And then the stop signs, again, they're not going to stop. And even if they do stop to get out onto Sawyer Road, they're not going to see who's coming or going. You know, they're not going to see. So also, I mean, we've been talking about water, and the more people that come into our communities, the more water gets used. And I just want to mention real quick, just because I can, the newspaper this morning, front page.
Saw that.
I imagine everybody saw it. Comal County is putting a halt on 9 planned developments because they can't support that. They don't have enough water. So,
Well, that's interesting because I came to the City Hall this morning. It was my first question to the manager, and was, do we have enough water for this development? And what did you say, Councilor, City Manager? You said yes.
Yes, we
So,
We projected
Yeah.
for a population
So.
increase, yes.
okay.
So we do have that covered. So that was a good question. Yeah,
Anyway, I'm concerned about a lot of
Sure.
stuff, and
I understand.
I just think it's going to be extremely congested,
Mhm.
very congested development, and I don't know. I don't like it.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good evening and welcome. So glad you're here. And if you'll state your name and where you generally reside, that'd be great.
I didn't come prepared to say anything tonight.
Okay, and your name? And your name?
Henry McGee.
Henry
I live
McGee.
On Sawyer Road.
You live on?
I'm sorry, Mill Stream. Just past the development, going south, and then turn. The next street is
Millstream.
Millstream.
Okay, Millstream. Does Millstream come into Sawyer Road? It does, that's
And we were
right.
talking
That's further
about-
up on the right.
We're
Yeah, I
talking
forgot about
driving
that.
down to Bandera Road on Sawyer.
Uh-huh.
If you try that now, you'll sit there 30 minutes, unless
Okay.
people let you in front of them.
Huh,
And
okay.
increase that by probably 20 times the traffic
Uh-huh.
is what we have now, more than that even.
Okay.
There'll be so many people coming out of the complex. down
Okay.
Bandera Road. The only other way they can go is behind the bowling alley.
Behind
which
the
there will
bowling
be
alley.
A lot of people
Mhm.
doing that.
And
A
cut
lot of
through the
people do it
parking
now.
lot. Mhm.
The only other exit from there is coming down on my street and taking over to Hebner.
To Hebner. Mm-hmm.
And we've got a narrow street. There's barely room for 2 people, 2 cars to go through.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's just going to be a tremendous nightmare to try to get through there. Then if you get on Hebner Road and go down to Bandera and try to turn left or right on Bandera, it's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, you sat through 3 or 4 changes of lights to get through, and is what's there now. And then you had all of the other traffic that's going through. It's going to be impossible for us to get anywhere.
Okay.
Except to go back down Timber Hill, back over to the other side of the complex.
Right.
And it's just a nightmare from the word go. And I haven't heard anybody say anything that would cause us to feel like it's a good project.
Okay.
The people that live there.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about what it will do for the city. I know it's going to be good for the city with the taxes and everything. Well, but you're not talking about the people that already live there, who you've been receiving taxes from for years. I've been living there for 43 years.
43 years. Okay.
It's just going to be a terrible nightmare to try to get through that complex if it's approved at all. And then you talk about people not parking on Sawyer Road. There's people parking on there already.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing's being done about it. But it'd be a
Okay. All right. So I guess I had not realized that Sawyer Road goes up and then to the right is Millstream. And Millstream is connected to Hebner. I didn't go further up there, but I'd forgotten that. I've walked the area and I just forgot about that.
That's the only other exit out of there.
Gotcha. So I understand your concern. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. McGee. We appreciate you being here. All right. Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other residents that I represent a business, so.
Okay.
My name's Vanessa Eggle. I'm part of the family that owns the Limbs Village Shopping Center and also the Tim's Oriental Warehouse that's on the south end or south of the property.
Is this right? Excuse me just a second. City Manager?
Yeah, so hers is
'Cause-
more concerned on the POS landing.
On the
which
POS
is the
landing,
next-
that's what I thought.
The next item.
Well, it has both, actually.
It has
So
both?
this
Okay,
one,
I just want to be
prepared
sure.
for both. Yep.
Okay, you betcha.
So,
And I'm sorry, what, your first name?
Vanessa.
Vanessa.
hmm Vanessa Eggle. And so I'm going to just assume if you guys were to approve this and this moved forward, the questions I have are these detention things right here. They're underground. I heard you mention that we've never done that before in Leon Valley. This property is higher elevation than my property down here. And I already have issues with my retaining wall getting a lot of water coming in from this side, and it affects our asphalt as well as our concrete. And I've had to repair a lot of things over the years, significant, because of the way that the water likes to flow.
It's
and that's fine.
running
Right,
down.
and it's been
Yeah.
engineered to be flowing the way that it does. It's just something I'm concerned with because the cost of repairs then impacts my business, right? So I wanted to make sure that whatever's built here and built there, that the runoff doesn't overly affect our business. The second thing is it's elevated. So therefore, if any cars were to not follow the pattern of the roadway, they could go through the fence and through onto our property and also like the bakery. And so I just want to make sure that there's consideration for barriers like concrete filled posts or something, bollards, to prevent that. We have two examples recently of that. So one was off of that one shopping center behind WellMed and Mom and Son Bakery where the woman catapulted through the parking lot over and then shut down that whole shopping center. And then a couple of years ago around the pandemic, I had to install farm rail fencing onto our Lims Village shopping center to prevent cars from flying through Banderas Square where the Pizza Hut is. They were jumping the curb, the concrete curb, and nearly hitting our shopping center building to just be able to exit without having to do the U-turn at Reindeer Trail. So people like to shop Leon Valley, like to come visit, like to stay and live, but they also are very impatient, just like the rest of us. So we just want to make sure certain things don't stop business because we've been here for so long, since 1982, and the warehouse since early 2000s. And so, you know, we like business, we like our neighbors, but we also like to make sure that everyone stays safe because a lot of our employees also live in the area.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know your time's about up, but what business are you talking about below? Just so I know.
I own the warehouse that's right there. So
Okay.
we have a business to business, and so we produce a lot of revenue out of there, business to business.
Business to business.
And then we have Lims Village, which is our retail shopping center
Okay.
that has all retail tenants in it, including our grocery store, Tim's Oriental and
Oh, yeah.
Seafood Market.
Okay, but that's on the other side of.
That's right. But
Right.
I'm just letting you know,
Okay.
you
I
know,
just
one
that's
affects
what
the other,
Okay.
and then that
Gotcha.
affects us
Okay.
as
Well,
well.
thank you. I really appreciate you being here. All right. Thank you so much for your comments. And who's next? Good evening and welcome. Thank you all for being so patient. If you'll state your name and where you reside.
My name's Marcy Doherty. I live in Old Mill at Cage Cove Circle.
Uh-huh.
My backyard backs up to Sawyer Road, so I see what's going on. I've lived here since 1984. I chose this subdivision because it's quiet, because we have wildlife. I still enjoy it. I'm now retired, and I get up every morning to go feed my birds and listen to them. I can barely hear the traffic on Bandera. If this subdivision comes in, that is over for me because it will be right across the street. My concern is we have 150 units with 2 cars each. Sawyer Road was not built for this kind of traffic. It's a country road. It used to be, there are many country estates along Sawyer Road, as some of the residents here can tell you. The property that has been sold to the developer was long owned by a family. They lived there their whole lives. Their children live there. That's now been sold. I was flabbergasted that y'all were talking about putting a multi-unit housing thing. I thought maybe it would be a great 1 or 2 acre home sites where somebody could build, because they have beautiful oak trees there. If you've driven by there, you can see it along the chain link fence, not the homeless shelter that was fixed and then destroyed. But my concern is, as a former educator, Mayor Riley, I don't know where the school bus stop will be that will be safe for those kids. Not on that curve, not down the street, nowhere on that road would it be safe to have a bus stop, pick up pre-K kids at 7 a.m. in the morning in the dark, and that's who's going to live there. They're going to have small children, because I'm assuming these are going to be priced so they're affordable to those type of families. Okay? It's going to be nice, I'm sure. But there's no way a school bus can get out. Amazon drives down that road 50 miles an hour. You probably know. I walk that road, but I make sure I hug the dirt. Because when you get to the curve, hey, no holes barred by anybody. I am worried about the water. Okay? I have read in your newsletter multiple times that we are having to buy water from SAWS because we are running out of water. And we keep developing properties that bring in more people who are going to require more water, which is going to require higher rates. It hurts everyone. Okay. I'm not against development. I'm against a 4-story multi-complex that has no exit or entrance from any other direction but one street that is not suitable.
Okay. Well, thank you for those
That
comments.
pretty much sums it up.
Do appreciate
you.
it. Thank you, Mr. Daughtery. Do appreciate it. And good to see you. Who else would like to? Yes, sir. And state your name and where you reside.
My name is David Ceballos.
David
And
Ceballos.
my wife and I own 6601 Sawyer Road, which is right across from that property.
Okay. You're across the street.
Yes, we're across
Okay.
the street. We have neighbors that walk up and down the street all the time. We have a guy that dog walks 12 dogs at one time, back and forth, and the 2 curves are real critical. We have to be careful when they drive back and forth. And I just want to say that you listen to all the residents. I urge you, leaders and stewards of this community, to listen to the people who live here and who love this neighborhood, who want to preserve what makes it special. I respectfully ask you all to deny the rezoning request to support the development that aligns with the skill and safety of our soul, which is Sawyer Road. It's a country road. We live there. We love it. We love the wild animals. We love the birds. And, you guys take in consideration what all these residents want. So that's my comment. Okay. You guys have a good evening. God bless you guys.
All right, Mr. Ceballos, thank you. Appreciate those comments. All right. Yes, we have another comment here. Good evening and welcome. And your name and where you reside.
My name's Elaine Jones,
Elaine.
and I live on Case Cove Circle.
Okay.
And I'm just I don't want to reiterate everything.
Sure.
Other than to say that I feel that this development will really hurt our small, quiet neighborhood. And we're an old neighborhood, but we're very connected, and I just feel that we cannot handle the traffic. It's safety, noise, congestion, and then the last one issue too was, and what are you going to do about the egress from Sawyer onto Bandera?
Okay.
And I'm like, God forbid, don't put up another light.
Okay.
I'm playing. I'm being sarcastic.
All right.
But thank you.
Thank you,
Just what
Elaine.
I'm asking is that the council denies this
Okay.
request. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, my name is Tony Cunha.
I'm sorry?
Tony Cunha.
Tony Cunha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for having this meeting and letting us voice our opinions. I just wanted to say that I used to live on the northeast side of town and moved over to northwest side of town for peace and quiet. And I found Old Mill, and I live on Millstream Street.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I have an issue with Sawyer Road already as a problematic area with people racing up and down it all the time. Police are never there. There are no speed bumps there on Sawyer Road to prevent this from happening. You can hear them all the time. There's also gunshots all over the place at night. Victor Pena's over here, and his roommate told me the other night that they heard gunshot going off. Sounded like a big rifle or machine gun, something like that. I don't know. But anyway, I'm just saying that it's very peaceful here, and I back up to Victor Pena's property, and I'm in my backyard having my morning coffee, and the same thing with the other lady that was speaking earlier, listening to the birds, looking at my garden, very peaceful kind of atmosphere, kind of Zen mode. And, for something, the apartments that went in a while back already on the backside of Sawyer Road, one of my friends went to that meeting for those apartment complexes, and the only stipulation for those apartment complexes to even get built was not to have access to Sawyer Road. So that's why those went through. But now here we are with getting these condos possibly put in, which we hope doesn't go through, and they're going to have access to Sawyer Road, which we've been trying to prevent that forever. So we want to keep it country, and that's the bottom line. And I know people want to make money and all that stuff, but when you're having 150 condominiums put in, and they're 3 bedrooms, possibly a 4th floor on top of that, then you're talking about, I know how it is now with people moving back home, like their parents have a house and then they lose their job or something, so then they got to move home. So you're not talking about a family that has a mother and father with a couple of kids. You're talking about grown adults coming back home to live with their parents. And so now you're talking about more than 3 cars a household, possibly a 4-car. And who knows how many people are going to be living in that little 1,600 square foot place. And that thing about the patio up top, yeah, well, that's great for everybody, but it's not great for Old Mill subdivision and any other people around there to hear all that booming music and stuff that's going on when they're having parties. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
So we've been through that before. There's a lot of people that are having parties around us in our neighborhood. And one more thing I would like to say is that on Millstream Street, that connects right up there to Sawyer Road. There's somebody, and I really don't like saying anything about my neighbors, but when you're running a business out of your house, and you have all your work trucks sitting out there on both sides of the street that are right there from Sawyer Road, at that intersection of Millstream and Sawyer Road, and you got to wait when you turn the corner to come down your street to go into your driveway.
Okay,
For
so
another
yeah.
car that's coming along.
All right. So you're
A lot of
concerned because
times you
there's
almost have a head-on collision
business
sometimes
traffic right
because
there.
people want to
Okay.
get attention.
All righty.
so-
Well, thank you. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. We did not know that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tony. All right. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Diaz, who's on our zoning commission. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Abraham Diaz,
Uh-huh.
6014 Kinnaman Drive. Man, does this sound like deja vu?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly
A couple
right.
of months ago,
Uh-huh.
when my area
Uh-huh.
was being the same thing,
I
and
know.
here we are again.
Mm-hmm.
On the zoning commission, I didn't vote for this because of certain things that he was bringing up that was not clear. And again, I am for development, the right development. And my area now is destroyed. If you've gone back there and go back there and look at what it is, it's destroyed. We're now going to get over 300 and some odd homes back there. And it's not fun. And Councilwoman Heil, you said that the houses on Hebner are gorgeous. You got bad taste in houses.
They're very nice.
Because they're not. If you take, especially the ones here on the corner of Seneca and, what is it, where the Brinking light is at?
Evers.
Trilogy.
Evers.
You take that Spurs center, Wimbayama, and put his arms out, and he touches both sides of the houses. Those don't fit the look of Leon Valley. And we're building too fast. And Councilman Campos has stated that. We're building too fast. So I ask you, preserve something in Leon Valley. Preserve something in Leon Valley. If that property is overgrown and it's got things on there, bombs or whatever it is, where's code compliance? Why isn't code compliance out there knocking on the door of this attorney who now has it and says, hey, clean this thing up, or we're going to send somebody in there to clean it up and we're going to hold you to that bill and do whatever you need to do through the courts to get it fixed, to making it look the right way. You know, the one that he has on Posh Road, I voted for that one because why? It's in the middle of nowhere. It's on Posh Road. It's in that facility and it's perfect. It's perfect for that place. He's not bothering nobody but businesses there. So I ask you, you didn't preserve my area. I ask you today to think about preserving something in Leon Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Do appreciate it. All right, anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Good evening and welcome. And I bet you're Mrs. McGee on Millstream.
The other half of
There you go. Gotcha. All right, welcome. We're glad you're here.
I agree with everything they've said. And there's one thing that we haven't thought about is the children that are moving into these apartments. There are going to be a lot of kids. And there's a little park in Leon Valley right there on Huebner Road. They'll be traveling down Sawyer Road to get to the park. Ouch. And it's not going to be safe for the kids. That road is just too small. The traffic is pretty heavy. And I can't imagine those children on top of those rooftops playing. That just breaks my heart because I don't think that's right. And there's not enough room for them to play in the backyard. So we really don't want that place.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McGee. Appreciate those comments. Okay. Is that it? Oh, we got another person. Okay, this is our 13th speaker. It's good luck, even though it's April Fool's. No, I'm just teasing. And your name?
Mazuka. I live on Bandera Road.
I'm sorry, your first name?
Mazuka, Leonard Mazuka.
Leonard Mazuka. Thank you, Mr. Mazuka.
I'm associated with the Buddhist temple there. 'Cause I live
Oh,
across the
yeah.
street.
Okay.
When we donated the 2 acres. across
Yes,
the
you
street.
did. Thank you so much for that.
But my concern is when, I'm new to Leon Valley. I've only lived there, I had my house built in 2010. And they stucco and, it's real nice. Anyway, the reason I came into Leon Valley and built my house where it is because it did not feel like I was in the city. It's so peaceful. And when they built them other condos out there or apartments, I was concerned because where I sit, I've got a view, a beautiful view. Even with the school, with the loudspeakers going, doesn't bother me.
And what street do you, Mr. Mazuka, what street do you live on?
Bandera.
On Bandera.
On Sawyer.
Okay, that's what I could, when you said Bandera, I was like, what house is on Bandera? Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
Sawyer. I got you.
Sawyer, yeah.
Okay. You confused me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, when they first built those, I was concerned, but
Okay.
hindsight, I guess, where you kept them level.
Okay.
Because the way it sloped down, which never bothered my view. But like I said, the reason I moved into Leon Valley and bought that acre of land right there is because it felt so peaceful, like it was not part of any city whatsoever. And I just want to reiterate that trying to keep it like it is going to be,
Yeah.
you've heard every complaint there is.
So you live on Sawyer, you have like an acre of land with one house?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Actually, I sold half of it to an elderly lady who passed away. It was part of our temple.
Okay.
Yeah, we wanted to get her near our temple before she had passed on.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Mazuka. Appreciate those comments. Okay, thank you. I think, all right, any final comments? Yes.
I have a question. When you look at this property on Google Maps, it seems to be completely surrounded by businesses. Is that correct, people? I mean, there are.
Oh, wait, Joan, we need to come to because we're, again, people who are looking needs to hear on the, who are online needs to hear at the podium, please.
There is a home that property goes right up to near Millstream, but on the other side of Sawyer, and there is a home there. And I think Mrs. Uptain bought that, and I don't know why she's not here.
I was going to say, she lives at the end of the street.
Right, she lives
yeah.
at the end. She has that, and then she bought this other property from a friend of mine, which is why I know about it. And I know that that's a single-family home. It's got a nice piece of property. It's the old Kingery property, if anybody knows that name. So there is a home there. It's not completely surrounded by businesses. And then, of course, the rest of Sawyer Road. And I don't know why those apartments got built.
Are you talking about the Barcelona and the, okay, and those all are, they exit on Grissom. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
just
I know.
All of a sudden, there's this wall there when I go
But it
for my
doesn't
walk.
go on to Sawyer. And I remember we put up a big wall
Right.
in the back for privacy. Is there any access, Mr. Shahadi or whoever, from this development to Heebner? I mean, not Heebner, Grissom instead of Sawyer?
No.
Okay,
no,
I just
there's no way.
was asking. Okay.
Anyway, I do know that there is a single-family home right. it
Okay,
goes right
yeah.
up to that.
The city attorney just showed it to me on his on his map. So yes.
And I believe Mrs. Uptain owns that.
And
My
I
friend
thought a
sold
few
it to
other
her.
people are on Sawyer too, like the Cevallos and Mr. Mazuka. So there are single. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, Joan, for that clarification. Yes, Councilor Orozco. And thank you for
and
the
thank
question.
all of you. I got 3 pages full of notes here. One of the things that Mr. Alonso had indicated that was the traffic behind the bowling alley. When I went to this property on Saturday and Sunday and did my homework, when I was going back home, and I'm not going to lie to you, I took that thing right behind the bowling alley because I did not want to go all the way down Bandera, come back all the way to go to Pavona Place. I said, I'm going to go back there and then turn right on Heebner and hit the light.
That's a
And I can
natural
almost
plan.
guarantee you, one of my retirement jobs that I have, I do driving for a dealership, and I drive every day, so I see things that people do, and they're going to do shortcuts. And what bothers me about that is that Planet Fitness is in the corner there, and when there's a line that's going to be behind the bowling alley to get to Heebner, people are going to cut through there to Planet Fitness and go to Diaz and all that. It's going to be a mess. So I totally see that. I don't know how many of you that live on that street got a letter, and you did not get a letter, and you live within the 200 feet from there.
That's the problem. No one actually lives 200 feet.
Well, good point. Yes, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, let's ask it, because I think, Ms. Huerta, how many people? It was 15 letters and nothing came back, and
When
trying
we
to-
had one letter in opposition, we
Okay.
had 3 returned letters.
Okay.
And
the council, we got 2 letters this week from people that opposed it on the email. And, but we actually
it
had
was 16.
16?
16
Okay.
letters went out.
And that was people that or businesses or whatever, 200 feet around?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So of the people that are here, raise your hand if you got a letter. No, just raise your hand if you got a letter. So you did. Okay, so we've got 1 out of, okay, because you were within. So Mr. Mazuka and Mr. Cevallos, you didn't.
This is what I got in my mailbox by some concerned citizen. Thank God.
Okay.
I've known about this at all.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Doherty. Okay, so that's how you found out about it. Somebody informed you of the development. Okay, very good.
And let me
Thank you.
finish.
Yes,
And
go
I
ahead.
wonder how, I know that some of you say, well, I'm not against development, but I wonder how the Hebner Road project is going to affect this because of the turns that you have to do on Hebner and Bandera. And we're closer to the Bandera Road project than we ever have before, as far as funding and projects already being set up. Mr. Shahade, you heard their concerns. As other properties that we've been through all over the place, you try to make amends to try to make things happen. I understand the concerns, and I think they're valid, but I also know that they said that they're not against development. What is it that you can do to change, to make things work for everybody?
I'll tell you where a lot of these concerns could potentially be addressed. That's not my presentation. Actually, you know what? Let's leave this. This is good. All right, because this is actually a better one to explain.
So we'll need to turn down the lights, though, so people can see it. Yeah.
And I don't know if this is the right time to start addressing each of those concerns. This is the first
This
read.
is the first read, so
Y'all
we
have
can
to
come
get
back.
all of your comments
Okay, yeah.
to him, then he'll come back at the next time to try to address those comments. If you still aren't satisfied, you don't have to vote on it there's nothing that requires you to vote it at the second read. Then you can postpone it until he addresses all the concerns that you need to before y'all.
Thank you,
take a
yes, you're
vote.
right. And, well, you heard my statement. It's only the first read, so we're not going to vote on it. You heard their concerns, you heard our concerns. Let's see what you come up in a second read.
Yeah, happy to, but
Okay.
I can also use some guidance from council
Yeah,
on this.
okay, well,
So here's the thing. Boss Road is, there's a crisscross. This is the road I was talking about. All right? This is actually paved road that nobody knows about.
This is actually
Or
what?
Very, very few people know about. How many people know about this? All
I'm
right.
sorry.
So one
Excuse me,
person.
would you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Called crisscross.
Crisscross?
Crisscross, yeah. I know.
Is that the name of the road?
It's
Is that what
this
you
road
said?
here. There's a road here.
Oh.
Do you see this?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Okay.
it's very hidden, very, very well hidden. But the city had invested money in it and actually opened. It's actually named. Like there's crisscross. if you look on Google Maps. So if you look at the way we designed, we actually designed to accommodate another entrance exit here. That's very, very easy for us to do. Only thing is we do not have control over, okay, this is it right here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, but that would
This is
go
what-
out
you see this?
onto Poss Road then, right?
Yep.
Yes, but if you see the link between here and here, this is the line of the property right here, right? So, but this property here is privately owned. Now, if one can, so we attempted to talk to the owner right here of this property. And if you look at our design, the road, we made the road on purpose go around this way so that we can potentially link up to this here in the future. Now, this is our future plan. Our hope is that these guys cooperate or that council could potentially decide to force the issue of opening this road here, force the issue, exercise eminent domain, do whatever, because I believe that would also be good for the property next door. So just, so Mr. Orozco, we've been thinking about this for a long time. Like this is something we actually attempted to reach out to the owner next door, and we had zero response multiple times. Our hope was that we're able to do this because we recognize, I mean, honestly, I mean, this here, we had to do it to satisfy the IFC. Our preference would have been to push it this way, Remember the trilogy thing? We had to go all the way up to the top of that hill, and then we pushed it down. We got concessions on the IFC for that. Even then, that it's still a blind spot, right? That's why we converted it into an emergency exit only for an emergency entrance, right? So we're happy to entertain ideas around this, but I believe the cleanest, easiest way to deal with this, and if it's not today, in the future, we are happy to collaborate with council on opening this up. For us, it's nothing, just like, add the stub, that's it. And we already accounted for that.
Okay. You're giving a second chance, to address your issues. You got a second meeting coming up, and we look to see what you got to say.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm just glad to get a more global view of the thing. Now I understand that there's no way that could connect to Grissom. I mean, because you have to go to POS and then, okay. Anyway, so it's just good to see the whole, now, duh. Okay, Mr. Campos, you had something else that you wanted to say.
Mr. Shahadi, you presented different ideas and different developments throughout Leon Valley, the trilogy, and then Seneca West. And, we've voiced that on these developments, they're too dense. Okay, and that's our concerns. I hear the concerns of the residents of Leon Valley. It's not that they're against the development, it's just that it's too dense. And so I know when you did the development on the trilogy, you came back with alternatives. And it became acceptable, okay, that we could live with those. But right now, for me, this is too dense. It's inconsistent with the area where the residents live, and they have voiced their concerns. I'm also asking, please look at your variance request. I think you have too many. I think the setback is not correct. I think the trees and the landscaping that you're proposing is too minimal, okay? And hopefully we can address other exits like this so we can take care of issues like traffic congestion, and then, relocating possibly where the exit or entrance is at the bend to eliminate the blind spot. You did a fantastic job over there at Trilogy. You really did, okay?
Thank you.
And then, we've got to understand, okay, the thought process about small kids and the buses. The same thing I had concerns with Seneca West. We've got narrow streets back here. And then the final point that I want to make is making sure that we have the drainage issues addressed, because we have businesses in the back that could be affected with this development. And we need to make sure that drainage works. Again, we've never done, that I'm aware of an underground detention pond. And then some type of safety feature that cars are not accidentally going into our businesses. So that's where I stand on it. And it's I haven't waffled on developments before. The variances, that's where I'm coming from, okay?
That's fair. It's important. I want to address just a couple of things. I know we'll have a chance to come back and address, but you're raising a lot of very good points. We have not come up with the city master plan. All right, so let's just establish that. The city master plan recommends R3 and R4 in there. R3 is apartments. The city master plan recommends that. We did not. Now, what happened because of the city master plan recommending this is the sellers priced the property based on the master plan. All right. So the master plan dictates, and that was not the only place where that happened, right? We had the same issue in Trilogy, where the sustainability overlay went all the way from Bandera to Evers, wrapped around that property, came back to allow for apartments, right? So we bought the property based on it being priced for apartments, right? So this property we bought priced for apartments, not for townhouses. Please understand that. You look at the master plan. I believe Ms. Huerta just went through it. The master plan talks about an R3. We came in with an R4, which is townhomes, and we were advised, rightfully so, that maybe this would fall more based on because Leon Valley, the code is evolving, right? And it's following San Antonio. San Antonio is slightly ahead of us in the sense that they are addressing those kind of zoning, right? For townhouses, it's condensed, but there's pride of ownership, and there is also there's going to be a whole bunch of open spaces for kids to play. They don't need to go to an outside park. There's a swimming pool. There's barbecue areas. The kids do not strictly sit on the top to play with the ball to fall. Of course not. What we're talking about here is there are 3 or 4 major. Would you mind if I was to just get the? So
well,
I
tell you what,
I wanted to
Mr.
make sure that
Shahade,
the IFC were happy to move.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I was trying to interrupt you because it is 9:25.
Yes.
And I just feel like we need to kind of wrap this up and move on because we do have another chance, and you can talk.
We will do
I will give you. We've been on it since I think right before 8 o'clock. I keep the time, so it's been an hour and a half. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yet I feel like we need to go on. Everybody's tired. You've been able to say your piece. So with that said,
I would like to comment, Mayor, because I haven't
Yes.
said anything.
Okay.
So I did go and visit this property yesterday after work.
okay.
It's not a park. It's not a natural area. And I didn't even know we had this, but it's Leon Valley Junkyard is what it is. The pictures are representative of the property. If you walk back there, make sure you have your tetanus shot before you do, because there's all kinds of hazards and people talking about safety and kids and stuff. Like, you wouldn't want kids around there as it is. And Miss Hale, you had good instincts. I went into the house that was abandoned with broken out windows and everything else, and there were homeless people living in one of the rooms when I went in, and they told me to get out. And I thought, you get out. I have permission to be here. You don't. But yeah, exotic animals I heard. I did see a very large possum while I was there. You know, the traffic, that's always the issue. I should have a bingo card up here. Traffic, animals, water, safety, and it's a country road. The citizens are welcome to pitch in and buy the property, because we talk about everybody's for development. Well, it's not really true. You don't want it. It's called not in my backyard, right? That's the symptom. You have the property, you don't want somebody else to do something there because you bought your house and there was nothing there, so you want it to always stay like that. And reality is that's not the way things work. And then I am concerned that there's across the street from this property, there seems to be a business operating in the residential area with all kinds of trucks coming in and out of, and storage and things like that, I think was mentioned as well. And again, that's not the use for that area or that property. So, talk about safety and walking and stuff, about big trucks going by and kids and stuff. And then, some of the other things that the rooftop, somebody said, I think, I can't imagine it. Well, right, because you don't live like that. But all these other apartments throughout San Antonio, the Pearl, even the ones right on Grissom, Valencia lofts, Barcelona lofts, they have balconies. I had an apartment before I had a balcony. How many calls do we get that children fell off the top of the balcony, right? I don't think it happens. I'm sure you could find an instance somewhere, but it's not like it's an everyday occurrence. I think it's a fear mongering, honestly. So I know there's concerns. I know Mr. Shahade has worked with the residents in the past at the other developments to make things the most appealing. And I know there's been concerns about the other developments, but I think that for the city of Leon Valley, it's probably the best that we're going to get. That nobody's going to come in there and develop. Nobody's going to come in and build like a single family home there and say this is my dream home. It's just not. It'll cost millions of dollars to, one, clean up the property, two, make sure that there's sufficient water and electric and everything else to build. It just does not. It's not feasible to develop it like that in an acre. So that's my comments.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, and I did not realize that you hadn't gotten your say yet. So, are we going to be here till midnight? We're going to bring out the sleeping bags? Okay, you know what? I think we just need to. We'll come back on the 15th.
I just think it's disingenuous for him to say that we're not for development, and
Okay.
even though we supported development, especially
Okay.
the apartments that were across from my property. We
Okay.
just want to make sure that it makes sense.
All right, yes. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think everybody's heard from y'all, and they're going to have to assimilate it, and they're going to have to come up with the right decision for the community, and that's what the council will do. And Mr. Shahadi is going to come back with some, I guess, improvements. Is that what I hear from Mr. Orozco? So changes, yeah, exactly, because you heard the concerns as well. Mr. Martinez, did you not get a say on this
No, I
either?
haven't.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead. And then after that, we will move on. We've still got 3 more agenda items, so. I'm sorry? We have to take the, that's right. They're time sensitive.
Okay.
Okay.
My comment will be very brief.
Okay.
Mr. Shahadi, in the past with Trilogy, it's been mentioned, he listened to the people. By right at Trilogy, he could have built 304 apartments. And he listened to the people around him. And he came up in, I think, a building, 64.
67, yeah.
67
it was reduced, yeah.
houses on that property. So, he's willing to listen and possibly change his plans. So I would encourage you guys, get a hold of him. Give him your concerns and give him some positive feedback. Okay, how can we what can he change to make this work? I would really appreciate you guys working with him and coming back with something even better that everybody will be happy with. Thank you.
Okay, so are you amenable to that, Mr. Shahadi? Will you give the neighbors your phone number? Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you. So then we're going to move on. Thank you all very much, unless you want to stay for the next one. The next one also is Mr. Shahadi's property. So, but thank you all very much. You've been very patient, and appreciate all the comments and questions and concerns. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alonso, as well. I appreciate your comments. All right. So then we move to Agenda 7.4, presentation and discussion on an ordinance for a request to amend Ordinance 2021-54 to change the zoning from PD Planned Development District with B3 Commercial District and no SO Sustainability Zoning to PD Planned Development District with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling Based Zoning District on approximately 2.85 acres at 6758 Poss Road, and more specifically described as CB 5784 Block 4, Lot 64, Quality Subdivision. Again, this is the first read. There'll be no vote tonight. And we have our Planning and Zoning Director, Susana Huerta, here to present again. Thank you. Appreciate it. You'll begin. It's 9:30.
Yes, the request is, as you stated, it's to amend the previous ordinance for the PDD that was previously approved there. This request is to approve a PDD with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling District. The current PDD allows townhouses. The amendment proposes a 175-unit apartment-style development, and they are requesting for variances from the zoning code for the R3-based zoning. We're familiar with the purpose of the PDD. The variances they are requesting include Minimum unit size after the first 3 units to be decreased from 1,200 square feet to 400 square feet. Minimum frontage on the public right-of-way to be reduced from 95 feet to no minimum. Minimum floor space decreased from 600 to 400 square feet. Minimum height to be increased from 3 stories to 4 stories. Minimum parking spaces for 2-bedroom units to be decreased from 2 to 1 1/2. And request to only provide 2 parking spaces for apartments with more than 2 bedrooms. A request to not follow minimum setbacks, and minimum landscaping requirements to be reduced from 35% of the property and 5% plantings to 10% of the property and 2% plantings. This is the location map of the property along Post Road. This is an aerial view. Sorry, aerial view of the property. The surrounding zoning to the north is B2 and B3. To the west, there's B3 commercial. To the east, there's PDD and B2 with the sustainability overlay. And to the south, there's B2 and B3. This shows you the different surrounding districts, primarily commercial. This is the plat of the property. There are 2 site plans that are submitted. This is site plan concept 1 and site plan concept 2. I know there's possibility of vacating some of that easement that's existing on the property. As far as staff comments, the lot area is 2.86 acres. If the applicant were required to conform to the area requirements, they would need a minimum size of 5.45 acres. The shape of the lot is not conducive to retail or commercial due to the depth, number of easements, and low visibility. Surrounding lots are privately owned and either developed or in the process of development. The roadways are internal to the development and they meet all fire code requirements. At one point he had said maybe it would be for adult only living, but no, now it is for general occupancy apartments. Staff is recommending that similar comments to the one stated in the prior PDD, I thought were too vague and we're leaving it open. And so they have the same type of comments regarding the site plan having, I guess, being approved and approving unstated code modifications like not stating variances, and the development of the site plan allowing for an optional building extension to accommodate a design change. And so staff feels it should be an increase in maybe density or proposed size of the development would require council approval. Again, this deals with the site plan comments made that staff feels should be removed from the request, having to do with the site plan, the number of units changing, and the granting of the reduction of the width of the drainage easement. That would have to go through the platting process, be approved through the platting process. As far as the master plan, the proposed facility is in keeping with the master plan, which states that Grissom Road corridor is commercial use with some multiple family dwelling, townhouse dwelling, and garden house uses. We did send out 15 letters to the surrounding property owners. We did not receive any in favor or opposed or undeliverable. Staff recommends approval of either option for the amended PDD. They are both consistent and compatible with the city's master plan and the surrounding uses. It would make good use of the property that does have some physical developmental conflicts. It is odd shaped. It has the easements and low visibility for retail or commercial use. And staff has no objection to the proposed variances for lot requirements, with the exception we have concerns with the parking requirements and minimum setbacks. All fees associated with this rezone request have been paid, and the development of a multifamily development will increase ad valorem and sales tax in the city. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the zone change request, and it was a unanimous vote of 7-0.
Okay. Okay.
Staff is
Thank
available
you.
for any questions, and so is the property owner.
I appreciate it. All right. Mr. Shahadi, did you want to address the council on this before we open it up to the, I think we'll just start here so we can get all the information.
Yeah,
and
I'm
we'll go
happy
from
to
there.
that. So I have a quick overview. Happy to, we'll do it in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, and let's try to keep it, 10 minutes or less if possible. Thank you. Just because of the...
All right, so this property has already been zoned as a PDD. So we have a PDD, we can build this by right as it stands. It's 4-story structures, 35 plus townhouses that are 4-story townhouses for the same reasons that we talked about for the Sawyer property. Again, it's mixed use, so we have apartment style condos, we have townhouse style condos, and then we have the commercial in the front. So that's what's approved today. Again, 4 stories is approved by right. We have these 2 structures are actually apartment style buildings already as it stands. So now what happened here, I'm going to overlay. So as part of this design, there was an oversight by everybody, by our engineer, by the city engineer, by planning and zoning, by everybody, including myself, where we did not take into proper consideration the easements. So that is why we decided to change the design and go into something a little bit different. We wanted to maintain the master plan, so there are apartments close by. This is a much smaller property. It'll be not nearly as many apartments. We're looking at about, like, these are all hundreds of apartments. So what you see around us is mostly everything is commercial. And we did a drainage analysis, very, very thorough drainage analysis of this property as well as the Sawyer property. On the Sawyer property, not all detention is underground. Only a small portion of detention is underground, where here, all the detention will be underground. There is one other example, the QT gas station that's just across the street, just up on Seneca. That is all underground detention, just so you know. So there is a precedence. It's very common these days that people do that. It's actually engineering is all over that. So, and the city engineer did not have an issue with it, just so you know. All right, so this is what we originally presented. We were thinking in terms of potentially putting a seniors facility, independent living, but then there were a lot of constraints around that. And there's also that easement that's going like this. So we could potentially vacate this easement, and that is why we're asking for consideration on allowing us 2 site plans that are very consistent one with the other. And I will just show what that looks like. So this is the new site plan as we revised it so that it's cleaner. And if you look here, this the easement is wide open. Now, if we were to vacate it, it'll look like this, exactly the same, just with adding this optional building. Now, why would we do that is truly to add more recreational for this complex. So we can add a bigger gym, we can add a common area. So that's the intent of this optional building. In terms of parking, fire plan, all good. Ms. Huerta went over all of this. So in terms of setback, we revised the setbacks, where before we were asking, because there was an issue around how do we consider this here? Are these going to be, if there's a space between this building and this building, is it going to be governed by the distance between buildings? Is it going to be a rear backyard? So we just thought we would just make it, I mean, this is the site plan. What you guys will be approving is this. And we'll either build this or we'll have to come back to you. So that's basically where we're at, why we were asking for some of these variances. Again, City of San Antonio, 1.5 parking spots per unit. I don't understand for 2-bedroom. For 3-bedroom, then it's 2 parking spots. Standard, like, I believe the code here in Leon Valley maybe needs some updating to keep up with what's happening in the city. Anyways, that's all I have. Sorry. So we did add, we have a swimming pool area. The reason why we were asking so there's an easement going this way that is owned by the city. It's actually a drainage easement. And it's wide. I believe it's about 50 feet wide. Now, we are addressing the drainage with a detention. That's going to cost us a lot of money here. So we're thinking, and I discussed with the Director of Public Works, with Melinda, on this, and she goes, if you guys are doing this, we do not need this easement the way it stands right now. And honestly, we're not going to build anything on top. All we would want is to just make the swimming pool a little bit bigger. That's all. So that's why we asked for like 10 feet. We said, it's an odd shape. We're just following the easement. That's the only thing we will do. We'll just make it a nice rectangle instead. There's a play area, dog park, so pretty self-sufficient, lots of parking. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
5
Appreciate
minutes.
it. Very good, thank you. I was going to say, my timer did not go off. You had 3 minutes left, or almost 4 minutes. Okay, any questions, comments from the dais? Yes, Mr. Campos.
Could you explain the different colors? What are apartments and what are parking spaces? I just didn't understand that.
Okay, now I'm colorblind. But
Okay.
it's our engineers that did that. So but I will point them out instead. How is that? So the parking is actually, they've done such a good job on the parking to maximize it. So what you will see is, sorry, I'm going to get there. Okay, let's look here. All right, if you look at every building, the reason why we go 4 stories, because the first floor is pretty much all parking. Right, so it's almost like garages. So you will get your own garage. On this side here, where it's longer, I can't tell you the color, but on this side here, under the building, that's a tandem 2-car garage. Very deep with storage, you get a lot of storage. I believe that's 45 feet deep for the one tandem garage, and it's about 12 feet wide. So it's very, very well done the way they've done it. And then on this side here, you have also an inside garage that is one stall and storage. And then you get tandem, but one in the tandem, you have one outside, one inside. That's actually very common these days. It's so if you look at how much parking they created, it's a super cool concept. I believe they got it from northeastern USA somewhere by Boston area. So if you look now, we have parking stretching like this. You have in one area like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parking stalls almost every 10 feet. The guy who designed it is brilliant. Honestly, I was looking at it. I was wow. I couldn't believe it. He could.
So the border of your property, are those parking spaces?
Those are also parking spaces
Okay.
all the way, and the roads going through. So they were able to fit. And right here, you can also see there's similar setup where you have tandem, one inside under the building and one kind of outside. Here you have the tandem inside, and all of this here is parking. Dog park, more parking, more parking.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So these are 2 or 3 bedroom apartments?
There'll be 1 bedroom. There'll be 2
one
bedroom.
bedroom.
There'll be some 1 bedrooms, some 2 bedrooms, and some
Okay.
3 bedrooms.
And so it's a mix. So, but you have how many parking spaces per unit? Did you say 2
There will be
per unit?
so for every 1 bedroom,
Okay.
the requirement is 1.
1. Yeah.
And for every 2 bedrooms, San Antonio is 1.5. For every 3 bedrooms, it's 2. We're okay with that. We accounted for 2 parking stalls for every 3-bedroom apartment. It makes sense.
And so those parking spaces around are extra parking spaces for guests?
No, all of those are accounted for, including some additional
Okay. I got
guest
you.
parking. Yeah.
So,
So we're looking at about between 120 to 145 units once it's all said and done. It's not as, initially we thought we were going to put in more units. That's why we did the traffic impact analysis at 175, but we ended up lowering the number substantially.
Okay, and your ingress egress is where?
Ingress, egress.
Is it on POS and?
It's on POS, both on POS.
Both of them are on POS.
Yep.
Okay, nothing on Grissom, even though your
No,
property.
we don't have
I
access to Grissom.
I thought when we drove by it today, it was on Grissom.
No, it's on POS. On
POS,
this
but
side
I mean,
here.
I thought one of the back ends was on Grissom.
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
it's a very funky setup
just-
because there's additional land on this side that does link up to Grissom. It's between, you're right, like between POS and Grissom. There's open space. And that used to be owned by Mr. Daughtry. Remember when Mr. Daughtry came in asking for the sustainability overlay to be removed? I believe he sold it to
Mr. Rubio.
Mr. Rubio.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so the first one, you're coming down, the first big section.
Right.
Is Manuel Rubio's property.
Right.
This is the one right across from like the Buttercrust Bakery. And then when you take the turn to come all the way around, you see the affordable pet care.
Yeah.
Or the vet clinic.
That's on Grissom.
That's on Grissom. That piece of vacant lot, that's part of Manuel Rubio's property.
Okay.
His is behind the daycare, right? What's in front on
Okay.
Grissom?
Yeah, so the daycare, that's exactly, so this
Yeah, the
would be
daycare's
here.
on the
This
front
is the
side.
daycare right here.
Uh-huh.
And this is the bank. There's some karate place.
Yeah, right.
And this is,
Okay.
there's an empty lot here, and then there's another empty lot here, and then the big empty lot. It's chunked up, I believe there's 4 acres, 1 acre, and then we have the 3 acres here. And then there's another piece in there that's empty.
Okay. So you just have your entrances and your exits on POS Road then?
Correct.
Okay.
But there's
Very good.
also, there is, right here at the car wash, there's supposed to be an easement that goes from this property over to, straight to Bandera. And that initially we accounted for as potential emergency access for emergency vehicles. Right? Now, all of this is sprinkled, of course. Like, there's, again, this will all be sprinkled. So, but we wanted to have yet the extra access. And this is honestly, I believe, I was told in the past that this gentleman, the owner of the car wash, had come to the city and required some zoning changes. And then the city negotiated him that he will have to dedicate this easement. Now, I don't know what happened with that, but that'll be good. If it's already there, that's great. We can just tap into it. But that's why we left this here open as well.
Okay.
Just for future access.
Okay, very good.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'm asking the rest of my colleagues if you have any questions. Concern? Yes.
I do have, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
So you had concept 1 and concept 2. What is the main difference or preference
just the one
between
building.
the two?
Just the one building. So if you look at
Just with the extra building that you said you could
like
move over.
tiny little extension. Do you see that?
Okay, gotcha. I
So-
didn't know
so
if that was the only.
Yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only difference. So if you look, this is the easement. There's a combination CPS and SAWS unused, and they've been
So it
vacated
would-
before.
It
Like,
would be
sorry, go
upon them to vacate the easement?
We will have to apply.
You would apply and they would grant it?
And what we accounted for, we said, you know what, if we can do it, that's good. Then we can just add this recreational area.
Gotcha. But if not, it would
if we
be
cannot,
optional.
then we would have the road going through.
Okay.
So we're not changing, where before the architect had worked on like totally different plans.
Right, I remember.
We decided this doesn't make sense, so we're just gonna plug and play. So this is the extra module, we just plug in.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you so much. There's not an issue with drainage on this
No,
property?
no, at all,
Okay, because
actually,
I didn't see anything, so I just thought
Yeah,
I'd
no,
ask.
so we submitted, so we're doing a detention right here, underground.
Underground.
It costs a lot of money to do underground detention.
Can imagine.
Please understand that. It costs twice more than what you would get. Our preference would have been, but the right thing to do here is underground. It's the best way to do it.
So I know one of your first concepts was a mixed use. So you've just kind of come full circle from mixed use to assisted living to, wasn't that a mixed-use property?
It was,
at first?
and you know what?
So I was just gonna say-
the only mixed use that was there was basically.
And then it was apartments too.
Yeah, there was
Mixed-use on- yeah.
apartments, and underneath,
Yeah.
you know, on the first floor, you
Yeah.
could put a restaurant, but
Yeah,
that's the only
yeah, yeah,
difference.
yeah. Okay. But
Yeah, so
y'all
we
didn't want to
decided
do that.
no-
You just
no restaurant.
decided to do all apartments. Okay.
Yeah, there
I
was
just
only like a
curious.
small section here on POS where the main floor of that building
Mhm.
could have had an office space, a
Okay.
dentist, lawyer.
Yeah. All right, very good. Mr. Martinez, did you have anything? Okay. Anyone else? Anyone in our chambers? Yes, please come to the podium, state your name and your thoughts. Thank
Beth
you.
Mersch, Seneca
Yes.
Estates. So I had a couple of concerns with this, and in reference to the approval by planning and zoning, I really understood that we were approving the zoning change, but not the exceptions. But I know that it's approved for a 4-story building, but I have concerns about a 4-story building looking over into a daycare's playground. That just doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't sit right. I'm also concerned, again, about the parking. I know that he's accommodating some in an underground garage, not underground, in a first floor garage, but I'll restate, there's a lot of people that don't have room in their garages for their cars, and I don't think there's adequate parking on the property to accommodate not only the residents, and I agree with previous statements about we've got a lot of adult children that move back in with their parents and multi-generational families that live, and I'm worried about parking on Poss Road because that's going to be the natural tendency is that people are going to park along Poss Road. It's already curvy. It's already busy with there's a dental office on one side, there's the daycare on the other, and then you've got a curve coming up and you've got driveways. I just think that there's such an effort by this developer to cram as many units in as possible that they always skimp on parking. And if Leon Valley has a code that says we need 2 parking spaces for a 2-bedroom, I don't really care what San Antonio has, and he can go develop in San Antonio if he likes their parking regulations. But I think that this developer has a tendency to ask for every exception under the book, like he doesn't really respect our codes as they're written. He wants it the way he wants it, and so he's going to ask for all of these exceptions. But I also have a question about how does this fit in with ADA regulations? If the first floor of all the apartments is a garage, how is any kind of handicap accommodated to get into a 4-story
It's a residential
apartment?
home. You don't have to have wheelchair access or elevators or anything like that. You just buy a home that suits your needs.
Okay.
So even though it's an apartment, you don't have to make any accommodations?
Go ahead. So you do have to have some ADA accessibility, but go ahead. In your public areas.
In your
yeah.
public areas, okay.
Not in the apartment?
Go ahead.
So we will have elevators in each one of those buildings.
Have you ever mentioned elevators to anybody?
Well, the code, the code.
With the code.
Yeah, the code says if you have 4 stories, you must have an elevator.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Yes.
Vanessa Egle
Vanessa,
again.
that's right.
for,
Vanessa, how do you spell your last name?
EGLE.
E-G-L-E. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And
So we
you're with the Tim's
represent
Oriental.
Tim's
Mhm.
Oriental Warehouse, which is on the bend of
Right.
Poss Road. And so mine is more about just overall safety of the corridor. And I think my ask is partly to the developer, like, would y'all consider some sort of budget to support the city in improving the safety of that corridor? Because with TxDOT making the changes they're going to make with the R-Cut, more people are going to use Poss Road to bypass and get onto Grissom Road. It's not going to change. With adding housing like this, we're going to have more traffic, which is great for some of the businesses, right? It's great. But the things that exist today are businesses that require a lot of 18-wheeler deliveries, including the low-income, the discount bakery. Our business, we have daily multiple 18-wheelers coming through. Atlas Flooring does. The towing company that operates leaves their 18-wheeler parked on the street.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the things that I'd like to ask of the city is, can y'all run a survey, see where the dangerous parts are? I'll give you a hint. It's in my front parking lot. I got lots of pictures and lots of insurance claims on it. Melinda has a trail as well for us. But also the radar enforced sign, that was because of us. When we built and broke ground to build our building, we asked for that because our construction workers almost got hit. So I'm asking for maybe more physical patrolling of that road, maybe no parking signs on Poss Road. I think that's going to be hard for some of the 18-wheelers that are waiting. Like even I see the FedEx trucks trying to back up into all of those places, but I get it. I'm just asking for greater security ideas to make that less dangerous of a passageway for Poss Road.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. I appreciate those comments. Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes,
I
please.
just want to
And I
make
was-
things clear because with both PDDs, is even though he's asking for variances, he still has to comply with the fire code, the IFC, all of that stuff. Like he has to comply. So if he submits these plans and it's not in compliance with the fire code in some way or a provision of a state or federal code, he won't be allowed exceptions, and that's why the staff is adamantly making sure that that language in there that says unstated code not be in his project
Right.
plan, because we need to make sure that he is following the code. And so the variances listed are only variances we're aware of at the moment. And so
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Okay.
We're only looking at land use.
Yes, yeah.
We're only
yeah,
looking
in
at
that land use.
Okay. Very good. I understand it.
Not building.
Not building. As far as the concerns about the road, is that something we can talk about now, or we have to wait?
No, I think we drove by there today, and like
Yeah,
I
we
showed
did.
you, the arrows that have been knocked down, and so I do think that there's on either of the two projects, you're gonna have to take a look at some road improvements or some. I talked to Melinda about speed humps. She said that the speed humps wouldn't work on that corridor. But maybe a different type of calming device, like some rumble strips maybe. The Balliards in front of her property, she does have a lot of vehicles that drive onto her, but she's got bushes and stuff that we've tried to do over the years. I've lost about half of those bushes.
I know. And they're extremely expensive to replace just because, you buy them like this and you raise them to like this. The other issue I have is when my parents bought that land, we are responsible for the water, the piping. I've replaced all of the valves and all that stuff. That fire hydrant valve, there's 3 of them, the chambers, is right there. And we've had so I've been back to San Antonio for almost 8 years now, and I've replaced all 3 of those inside those chambers.
Oh, wow.
They're not cheap.
I
And
can
I've also
imagine.
had to dig up my asphalt.
Is that because some truck has hit it? Or
Yes, because of the speed, the weights of the vehicles that
Okay.
traverse the road, and it's just, and over time, it's just going to bounce. It's not packed in properly. I've heard every single engineer tell me whatever. So I'm just very concerned about if I have to pay for those things, I want to make sure that we're protected. I also have a lot of pedestrians. A lot of my labor force walks when they're on their break to go to grab food. And they're walking up and down, and I tell them, walk, make sure you're following the rules. Walk on the opposite side of traffic so you're facing traffic.
Because there's no sidewalks. I didn't see any.
Right. And so, yes and no. And so
Okay.
then, it's just, for me, it's just about, we just have to make sure we're not picking up bodies.
Sure.
Then we have 2 daycares, one on Poss and one on the other. My kids used to go to Country Home. And
Okay.
so.
Thank you. Have we done some kind of traffic analysis on that street?
The last one we did is when we put the arrows in I don't think we've done a TIA. You are going to have an issue when Bandera Road's done. I mean, they're going to use it as a cut through. I mean, they just are. I'm going to use it as a cut through. I'm not going to want to do the arc cut all the way around.
Well, and then we would need, the city would bear the cost, not the developer, correct?
Yeah, well, normally, yes. I mean, so that's, you have, Bandera Road is so far off into the future, unfortunately for us. We just know that it's coming. And I do think that the neighborhoods are going to suffer, the ones that have like the link sides and this area and Seneca West area and Seneca itself when the R cuts get put in, because you can only make the right-hand turn when you're coming out of those. And so in order to get to Grissom, people aren't going to want to wait at the light or to the turnaround. They're going to use it as
They're going to go up Paul's.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So that traffic is going to increase. But we can certainly take a look at doing a TIA, internally. That's just something for y'all to consider. Have the engineering.
Do we
firm
allow
report.
parking on both sides of Post Road right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Or the majority of Post Road, yeah.
Okay.
So you can look at making stuff no parking there. The same with Sawyer Road, that's also an option for y'all. You can make, just like we did with Thistle, you can make Sawyer Road, I know we're
one
talking
way,
about that, I'm
yeah.
off topic, but you can make that no parking as well.
Okay. All right. And what about radar or police presence? Have we tried that?
Yeah, I mean, we do
we
the best
do.
we can with what
Yeah,
we've
the
got,
best we can, yeah. Okay. I was just going through some of your ideas. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. But the 18-wheelers, that's
You have a lot of industrial businesses back there. You have
Exactly.
Atlas, you have
Yeah.
Tim's Oriental. There's like the glass place used to be back there. And so you have all of those businesses that require large vehicles. And now with Amazon and, FedEx and all of those trucks, I mean, they're not little vehicles. And so
Okay.
they've got to get back there.
Heavy vehicles drive through there because one of the accidents was a Northside vehicle, a CDL vehicle that rolled over
Okay.
right onto our property.
Okay.
So it's a nice little bypass.
Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So is there anyone else that would like to address the council on this issue? If not, then we'll move on. This is a first read, so we'll put it on for further discussion or consent agenda. What do y'all prefer?
I just, if I could,
Consent agenda? We can always.
Pick a concept. You have concept 1 and 2,
Mhm.
right? And so you need to decide on what variances you're going to take that needs in there.
Yeah, we probably need to talk about it then, yeah, since we have concepts and variances. Okay, so we'll just put it on the regular agenda and, okay, very good. Okay, thank you. So we will vote on it. And consent, Vanessa, is that we just put it in the consent agenda and we don't discuss it anymore. But because we need to choose option 1 or option 2, plus the variances, we need to discuss it and make those decisions.
Yeah, and then
So
we have
it
to.
will be
We also
discussed.
have to have our public hearing on both.
Oh, that's right, public hearing on both, that's right. So we'll be talking about this again on April 15th. Okay. Thank you. Tax day, that's right. Okay, thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. Okay, moving then to agenda item 7.5, presentation, discussion, and possible action, authorizing the city manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the city of Converse to provide vaccination and veterinarian services. We have Roque Salinas, our economic development. It says executive director.
It does, Mayor.
I know. You changed it? Oh. Oh.
IT.
Let me
and,
salute you. I didn't know
That's
that.
why.
This
That's
is the
why I'm
first-
bringing you this item now.
Okay,
So he's in charge of animal care and code enforcement now.
Oh, so he's
and
the
IT.
executive director of the animal
Well,
control?
I just gave him the
Oh.
title as executive director.
Okay, well, congratulations. That's new to all of us, right? Okay. All right, so we do vote on this, though, tonight. Thank you.
Yes. And so I'm going to try and be quick,
Okay,
Mayor, just
you
because
bet.
of the time.
10:05.
So this is an agreement, an offer between the City of Converse and the City of Leon Valley, their animal care facility services. They provide veterinary services and vaccination to other cities like us. They also do Kirby, and I think they're also working with another city in the area to provide reduced cost vaccination for dogs and cats, and also spay and neutering services. Basically, that's the gist of it. These are the prices that we're looking at here. And so what I've highlighted is going to be relevant in the next PowerPoint and the next item that we talk about, but all these are their veterinary services that they offer. The shots are about $10 each. Typically, privately, when we get a dog right now in our possession, we have to use a private vet, and so they have their own objective is to make money, and so we're not always at the top of their list. And we do get a discount every now and again, but they vary between $25 and $35 a shot. We do need to vaccinate the dog, obviously, for safety reasons, and so this would be significantly cheaper. We are already budgeting for vaccinations. This would be a lower cost. The spay and neutering services is by weight. We have never spayed or neutered a dog. We've done it for cats, but we've never done it for dogs because it's very expensive. Average cost for a dog is probably between $600 and $800 depending on the weight, and so this is significantly cheaper. That's why we've never done that. And so Commerce has been very gracious to us to offer these services to us at cost. The only thing is that we would have to take the dogs, enter to the MOU, and then have them perform the services to us. The only thing that would need to be based on scheduling wise would be the spay and neutering and the rabies shots, because it does need to be done by an actual licensed veterinarian. Everything else can be done in-house with their techs, but we would need to schedule that with them. Fiscal impact real quick here. So the city already budgets for this. Last year in fiscal year 2024, we impacted 41 dogs at approximately cost for this. If we do all the vaccines and maybe some spray and neuterings at 65 pounds, we're looking at about $7,000. We're already spending that or just a little bit in that area, so it would be a little bit cheaper, if not just a little bit where we're at. And so it's something that it's pretty much in line with what we're already doing. This is a breakdown, again, between $24 and $31 per shot. And then between $500 and $75 for $700 for a 65-pound dog, and so we get those quite a lot. So if we were to do it, get all these shots and a spay neutering, $150 is the highest cost per weight. You're looking at around $7,000 is kind of where I got there from. But yeah, if we were to vaccinate and spay every single dog that we put in last year, the cost would just be extremely high, and so that's why we don't vaccinate and spay or neuter the dogs. I'm sorry, we do vaccinate, we don't spay or neuter the dogs. It is staff's recommendation that you all approve this item, but it is at your discretion for us to enter into the agreement with the City of Commerce.
So, Mr. Salinas, that $69.70, is that for the rest of the fiscal year, or is it for a whole year?
This is an example. If we were to spay and neuter spay and neuter the dogs with these shots, with the count that we had last year, this would be an example of what it would cost us. It's just an example. It's not an actual cost.
So it's not.
No.
Okay, but that's what you're estimating it to be based on the 41 dogs.
Yes.
Okay, and then I did ask the manager about the distance of taking a dog to Converse, and
You're traveling across
but we're
town
already
right now.
traveling
We
to Paul's
have
Ranch
to-
and everything, which I don't know if the council knew that. So,
Yeah.
And we're getting a very good price. So I just wanted to bring that up. Go
Yep.
ahead.
So we are traveling to whatever veterinarian is available, and so right now that could be down Bandera, could be up I 10, 281, whatever vet is available to us. My Pet's vet is also not far, but still it's based on availability.
Okay.
And so what we can do, we have a collection of dogs like we did for the puppies. We'll just take them all at once, get them vaccinated, and just bring them back. But I mean, you're looking at $10 a shot compared to $30 a shot, $25 a shot, and so it significantly brings us down. And we're not having to wait for a private vet to take a look at us individually.
All right. It's like, what's the question, right?
Could I make a
Exactly.
motion
You may.
to my colleagues to approve as presented?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Heil to approve agenda item number 7.5 as presented. Any further discussion? Yes.
I just want to thank Roque for setting this up and taking care of this. It makes a difference. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And animals are a big issue in all of the cities is what we're learning. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. All right, moving then to agenda item 7.6, presentation, discussion, and possible action, authorizing the city manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with San Antonio Pets Alive to intake dogs from the city of Leon Valley. And Mr. Salinas, if you'll continue, please. Thank you.
Sure. So this is a separate item, but semi kind of related. Going back to our situation, as the mayor said, we have a problem with animals. We don't have a proper facility to house them, and so when we have dumpings and things like that, abandonments, that's really when we're required, or dogs at large, that's really when we actually do take in the dogs. We do not take in any surrender dogs. The 41 dogs that we took in last year were because they were at large, abandoned, or dumped. And so we really have a problem keeping these dogs in here and keeping them. We have a place to put them. When we asked the residents at the town hall if they want to do an animal care facility, there was not really a lot of support behind it. And so we have to find an alternative to do so. We have to keep the dog for 72 hours. After 72 hours, we have we have very limited options. And so we can either return to the owner. If we have a chip, we try our hardest to scan them for everything we can. We return a lot of dogs that way. They just kind of get lost. We call them up. Hey, we have your dog. We go to the address. We tell them we have the dog. And we return the dog to the owner. That's probably the best thing we can do. We can do a boarding facility. A boarding facility is that Paul's Ranch that you're talking about. It's down on 410 South, I think on 37, so it is kind of far. The city does pay for that facility, and at the same time, it's not transferring of ownership of the dog. That dog still belongs to us, and so that's still technically our dog. They're just holding the dog for us. The other option is adoption and fosters. Last year we had 13 dogs being adopted or fostered. 7 of them were by city staff. And so we are kind of running out of staff to take them. Even the puppies that took some staff, even the puppies that we had this past month, one of them was taken by the water department staff. We had 8 that were taken by the vets. When we went to go vet them, they thought they were great. We asked the question, what happens to them? We put them here. They keep them. No public person has taken, or no resident from Leon Valley has had an adoption. No one shows up to take the dogs. And so it's either staff or the vets that take them. And so we're having a problem with that the residents are not coming in and adopting the dogs. Even if we spay and neuter them, they're not coming up. And our very last option is euthanasia. I know y'all don't want to hear that. It's something that's not very popular. But when we get overcrowded in this situation, that is our last option. Sometimes we do have to do that. We try really hard not to do that. But if it happens, that's where we're at. This agreement should allow us to reduce that number significantly because we're going to have a place to put them. However, that does not mean we're going to intake every surrender dog in the city, and so that's what we're trying to kind of limit our options here. We also use other partners that can take in dogs, but this is a little bit more a set agreement that they're going to take a certain amount of dogs for a certain amount of money. SA Pets Alive obviously wants to reduce the number of euthanasias that are happening in the city. They've agreed to take in 25 dogs over the next 12 months. They agree to take the dogs within 10 days of the 72-hour expiration date, so it's 14 days. We will give them notice in writing. We have a dog. We will try to find the owner. We will try to find adoptees. We will try to find everything we can to avoid giving them the dog immediately. Just because they have their own set of dogs and they need to make space for us. And so we're giving them 2 weeks notice so they can clear up a kennel and give us some space. And so that's the way we worked out for it. They seem to be okay with it. And so we really do appreciate that. They actually took some of our puppies outside of this agreement for us as well. And so we're very appreciative of what they're doing as well. The responsibility, and this goes back to the highlighted shots that we did. They're requiring us to get these 2 shots, and these are $10 a piece. They would like to have the dog spayed or neutered, just because it's so much easier to get a dog out there, and it's easier to market. However, spay or neutering will only be exclusively with the City of Converse services because of the cost. And so we've clearly told them this at. If Converse is not willing or we can't get them on their schedule within 30 days, we will not do it. We're not going to go to a private vet. We're not going to spay them privately because it costs a lot of money. But we have 30 days to get it done. If Converse can accommodate us, we'll do it. If they cannot, then it's their responsibility to do it. Once we give the dog to the San Antonio Pets Alive, that dog is now their property. That's their possession. That is no longer our dog. And so it's their responsibility to feed it, shot it, market it, adopt it. That's their dog. And so that's the difference between a boarding agreement and this agreement. The dog is no longer ours. Fiscal impact, the city agrees to pay the San Antonio Pets Alive a flat fee of $10,000. Half of it will be in this fiscal year. Half of it will be in the next fiscal year. They've agreed to that as well. And if any services, if they decide to cut the contract or we decide to end the contract, we will get a refund per day. It comes out to about $28 per day. We pay it in advance. And so we'll get that money back. The fiscal impact, going back to this, the boarding facility, we have 5 spots there. We're not guaranteed those 5 spots. So if it fills up with somebody else, which is there, but we have 1 or 2 spots there, the boarding facility is $105 per week per dog. And so again, if we start using those 52 weeks, 5 dogs, $105, it gets very expensive very quickly. And so in fiscal year 2024, we spent $5,700 on boarding alone. That does not include the vaccinations that are required. When they go to the boarding facility, they have to get vaccinated. And so we're spending that money on top of that. And lastly, boarding does not transfer ownership away from the city of Leon Valley. It's still our responsibility to market, get it adopted, and so on and so forth. And so if we look at this table here, if we were to take the number of dogs at 25 dogs that they agreed to, going back to our shots, right, you're looking at about $170 per dog. With our agreement, we think we should be at $4,250 for this agreement to out of our pocket, not including the $10,000, but we're already spending $5,700 at a boarding facility, and that still means that we still have ownership of the dog. And so this is a good way for us to transfer ownership, get the dog out to a place that can be marketed and in a special place so they can get adopted out and hopefully find a new home. There's some points that we want to point out here. We want to point out that San Antonio Pets Alive is not going to be our primary de facto animal care facility. It's only as a, kind of last case scenario, which we will try to find the owner. We will try to get it adopted. But if we can't do that, then they will go there. Anyone can end the agreement within 30 days. And so they feel that we're taking advantage of them or they just can't handle the intake. They can end it immediately within 30 days. Vice versa, if we're not happy with the agreement, we can end it within 30 days as well. The city will continue to not accept ill, surrendered, or injured dogs from individuals. We will pursue prosecution for dogs when they're abandoned. And so it's just, we don't want to open the door to have people just drop off dogs that they don't want. We're only trying to take in, because puppies, like we have 7 puppies, that counts at 25. And so if we just start taking in dogs, it's gonna eat up that limit very, very quickly. It's our recommendation that you approve the request, but at the end of the day, it is your decision. SA Pets Alive will have to get it signed, but they seem to agree with all the terms that we set up for them.
And then the actual legal language of the contract I sent to Art so he can work out the actual legal language, but the terms are the same.
Okay. Well, thank you. I thank you, Mr. Salinas, but I want to thank Dr. Caldera because she's always thinking outside the box because of this, the animal situation. And so where we've gone from our little kennel to this MOU and this MOU, thank you so much. And this is going to be, hopefully, hold us over until maybe getting an agreement with Bexar County.
Correct.
When they
That's the goal.
open up their new facility. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I really do. Thank you, Ms. Heil.
So it doesn't matter what size the dogs are?
That is correct. They will take the dogs.
And what happened to the pet store? Were they not taking little dogs anymore?
The pet store was only taking dogs that are 20 pounds or lighter. They have every right to refuse them. A lot of the thing was the cost of the vaccination. They wanted some vaccinations, specific vaccinations, and those vaccinations are a little expensive. And so that's another toolbox for us to use. The agreement is still in place, but the vaccinations they were asking for were a little pricey, and so it wasn't working out. Sometimes the agreement's still in place. We just haven't utilized it as much. It's very hard to get. We don't get a lot of dogs under 20 pounds. Usually they're around
The larger dogs.
Yeah, they're usually around 50 to 75 pounds.
You put them on a diet.
So the whole ideal of this is, when we talked earlier in the year about what are we going to do with the animals, and I haven't done anything with the animals, and I think there was a misconception that we were just ignoring the animals or whatever, and so I sent y'all a timeline and said, hey guys, we've got a lot of things that we work on in order to handle your animals. We will not take surrendered animals. If you see a dog at large, you call in. If you pick up that dog, I'm not taking it. We have a lot of residents that find dogs outside the city of Leon Valley and they bring them here and they expect us to take them. I'm not taking dogs. If you have ownership, it is your dog. So don't touch it. Call us and we'll go pick up an at-large dog. But if you go and you pick up a dog and you have care and control of that animal, we don't have a full-fledged shelter system. And what was happening were residents were claiming those dogs were, I found this dog over there, and it was actually their dog. We had 2 dogs that are well known that were owned by a resident, and he just refused to come pick them up. And so I can't take surrendered animals. And so That's why it's very clear in this agreement that we're not taking surrendered animals. We're here to take at-large dogs, vicious dogs. We don't want what's happening. San Antonio's had, I think I read the newspaper today, they've had 3 or 4 really bad animal incidences over the last 6 months. And so we're here to try to prevent those kinds of things from happening. And so we're doing our best to try to mitigate that. Our kennels are there for us to be able to hold, but I don't have a full-time staff. I don't have veterinary care. And so we try to talk to Converse about taking our animals, but the best that they could provide were services. And so we're very grateful for that. And so right now, this is what we're working with until Bexar County can come through.
Well, I was going to say the former city manager of Leon Valley, Lanny Lambert, went back to Converse.
He's helping
and
as an
he's
interim.
the interim, and so we got to talk to him at one of the meetings. And so, it's amazing how these connections kind of all come back. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Yes, go ahead and then.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think this is ever going to be a solution as long as we got bad owners who get puppies, and once they grow, the puppies grow, they abandon them and let them go. But with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to accept 7.6 as written.
Okay. And more discussion. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve 7.6 as presented. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Campos.
Just one question for our attorney. If we're saying in here it's a memorandum of understanding, but this is really not a governmental unit, does it need to say agreement? Do we have to have?
No, but the recital that you and I talked about this morning or earlier does need to come out, and my apologies that I didn't get that into Crystal.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, and then it's really like a public-private partnership, or maybe it's we used MOU, and I shot him the agreement because we hadn't really done one before. It's not a big deal. My concern were more the terms of what it was, the 10,000, the 25 dogs. And again, guys, we come up with ideas, but the staff's the one that does the work, right? So thank you, I appreciate the credit, but it's really Mr. Salinas and his staff that are really working towards it. So. Want to give credit to where credit's due.
Well, whoever worked on it, it doesn't matter. Just wanted to say that as
thank you.
well. And then what about, I just had one other, how can we get people in our community to adopt these animals? I can't believe we have zero.
Well, what it is that the majority of the animals that we're getting are larger animals, as mentioned. They're abandoned, and nobody wants to take a pit bull or German Shepherd because they don't know how they were treated. And so, not that those breeds are bad breeds if they're raised appropriately, but if they've been neglected or abused in any way, or they've been out in nature for an extended period of time, they don't make good house pets sometimes, and so.
Yeah. But we don't put their pictures anywhere.
We do. We put them.
That's what I mean,
if you're coming into Leon Valley, we have one on the billboard. We have them on our website.
Okay.
We post everywhere.
We try. And thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, the place that has really good fosters is Helotes. That's how they do all their animals. They have fosters all over their city. Yeah. It's amazing. So it's a whole different type of person that lives there.
Yeah. So they have a humane. We when Roca first started, we met with Helotes Humane Society. I put it in my timeline for y'all. We were really close to coming up with an agreement with Helotes, but the city didn't want us to join that agreement because they thought we were going to flood their system. But they do have a really good foster care, but it's ran by the 501c3, not the city of Helotes.
Well, the other problem is people don't spay and neuter because of the prices. And you can't have an animal spayed and neutered without all their shots. So, I mean, it can be hundreds of dollars. So, you end up with a bunch of puppies.
Okay, very
good. But thank you, guys. Yeah. I appreciate it.
You bet. Got to cut down on that. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right. Very good. Thank you again, Mr. Salinas. And agenda item 8, any members have future agenda items that you'd like us to address?
This one.
Yes.
So, Executive Director Salinas, you should be getting a call very soon. The property at 6320 Bandera Road has been sold. That's the San Antonio Aquarium.
Has
and
it?
It's going
the
to
aquarium?
be turned into a Tesla dealership.
No. April
April
Fools.
Fools.
There you go. I knew it. I knew it.
Got it.
See, that's what
this guy
I
knows
am
it.
on edge on April for. I am on
Eric
edge on
got it.
April Fools. I always because I always get sucked in. I'm telling you. So I'm like, no.
Almost gotcha. I had him
Okay.
going.
Yeah, you had him full. Okay. Okay. Well, that's a good way to end a nice long meeting at 10:26. We move to adjourn without objection. Take care, y'all. Have a good one, and we'll see you on April 15th. Take care.
You had me excited over Tesla.
Going to Plano tomorrow.
Up in my daughter's neighborhood. My daughter's in Fairview.
Well, hopefully, we'll finish up U.S. Marshals that we started 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
They couldn't get the furniture. So,
Well, we'll see you later, Benny.
Like property, because it was their cafe. They didn't understand. And he's like, and the security guard chasing him out. I like, all of them was like.